Good evening. Welcome to Board of Education meeting. I'm going to ask you to please rise to join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mrs. Sugars, can you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Sherfain,
Here.
Mrs. Gallagher, Mr. Greenbaum,
Here.
Mr. Mayor,
Here.
Dr. Rude, Mrs. Diaz,
Here.
Mrs. Tong, Mrs. Winters, here, Ms. Stern.
Here. Public notice of this meeting pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act has been given by the Board Secretary on May 24th, 2024 in the following manner. Posted notice on the school bulletin board at the Administration Building, transmitted to the Courier Post, Philadelphia Inquirer, and the Clerk of Cherry Hill Township. Okay. We have an exciting evening, a busy evening. We have a lot of students to recognize. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Morton for recognition.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stern. Actually, before we go to recognition, I'm very happy and pleased this evening to introduce our 24-25 school year board reps from High School East and High School West. Unfortunately, our board reps from High School West were not able to make it this evening, but I'll introduce their names anyway. Nonetheless, and they'll be with us in subsequent meetings. So Rebecca Brusahoff has been chosen as the board rep for High School West, and Jenna Taylor is the alternate. So congratulations to both Rebecca and Jenna. We look forward to working with them throughout the course of this year. And then from High School East, Selim Berkatab is our High School East board representative. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. Close enough? All right. And Arlen Camp is the alternate as well for High School East. They're both here with us this evening. I want to give Selim and Arlen an opportunity just to share a few words. Quadzia, if you don't mind, if they can just use that microphone.
So hello everyone. My name is Selim Berkatab. Currently attending High School East. I'm a rising senior, and 17 years old currently. So just to tell you a little bit about myself, I'm the youngest of 4 siblings. My 3 older siblings all graduated from High School East. You may remember my sister Naomi. She was the board of representative for East 4 years ago. So maybe you remember her. I moved to Cherry Hill when I was 7 years old. Attended Stockton Elementary School from 2nd to 5th grade. Then attended Beck. A lot of it was online though. And then been at East for my whole high school career. Academics is a huge part of my life. Some extracurricular activities I do are ethics team at East, East Side for the newspaper I write. Also African American Culture Club. I'm going to be the president next year, which I'm super excited about. And yeah, just as East Board of Representative, I'm concerned about just making sure mental health resources are always available. That kind of has to do with school start times. I know it's been a long-term issue. Just celebrating diversity and standing up to any kind of hatred or bigotry. That's super important for me. And yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity. I feel really blessed to be here and excited to work with you all. Thank you.
Awesome. Arlen.
Hello, my name's Arlen. I'm also so excited to be here. I went to A. Russell Knight, then Carusi, and now East. So I'm very excited, and I agree with everything she said. We're really excited to serve as a voice for East. I'm involved in a lot of D-Wing activities, which is like singing. I'm the officer for Bells of East, and I'm part of Model UN, mock trial, and I'm the president of Cum Laude. So I'm excited to serve as a voice for all of our East students.
Welcome to both of you. We look forward to working with you throughout the course of the next upcoming school year. It's going to be a lot of fun. Very exciting. And moving forward, once you press the button and turn it on and the green light's on, you don't have to hold it. Excellent. All right, so awesome. So this evening, as Ms. Stern, as you alluded to, we have an opportunity to recognize some wonderful to recognize some wonderful young people who've had an opportunity to do some great things throughout the course of this this spring sports season. And we're excited to have them join us tonight. I'm going to ask Ms. Wilson to come join me at the microphone so we can start the proceedings.
All right, good evening. We are going to start with, rather than our sports teams, our East Math team, which is 4-person strong team under the direction of Coach Bill Seamus. He could not be here tonight, but Yulnam will come up and say a few words about their season and their amazing accomplishment.
Would you be able to turn towards us when you speak?
Right.
Thank you.
Hello, Board of Education. My name is Yul Nam, a rising senior at Cherry Hill East and co-president with Kyan Ling of the East Math Club. I'm here to share a recent win at the Temple Olympiad. So first, can we give a round of applause to Sean Ladinsky and Kyan Ling, first of all, who came in? And one for Aaron Lee, Walter Schmidt, Matt Berkery, Chloe Lin, and Eric Chen, who could not be here today. So the competition itself included 70 multiple choice questions and 10 free response questions in the team round, followed by an individual round where 4 members from different groups competed in the 4 numbers game, where 4 numbers are provided and you have to just try to make 24 using multiplication, addition, division, or subtraction out of them. The combined scores from these rounds determined the overall team score, and our victory was a testament to both our teamwork and our individual efforts. Knowing that the first place winners would receive $100, second place would receive $50, and third place would receive $25, our spirits were pretty high. We joked that we could still get our money's worth from the provided pencils and snacks if we didn't place in the top 3, but luckily we didn't need to resort to that. So first, regarding the contest, after a 30-minute session of planning ahead how to split the problems, we came to the agreement that we would split them evenly. But it kind of fell apart in less than 3 minutes because it just kind of turned into a screaming match of, I'm doing number 5 or I'm going to do number 7. But still, we kind of powered through the questions, worked through them one by one, giving up, trying again, giving up again, looking at it, giving up a third time, passing the problem to a friend, and then watching them give up too. Finally, as the results were announced and each of us were on our 3rd cookie, we were ecstatic to learn that we actually had won first place. So as we jumped up in joy, free pencils kind of spilled out of our pockets. So now that the contest is over, I hope East Math Club will be able to continue to provide access to these contests and high stakes to our students. Although Mr. Seamus isn't here right now as he's grading our AP test in Kansas, I want to thank him for organizing these trips.
And we do have certificates for you, so you can come on up when I read your name, Yulnam. Shake Dr. Morton's hand. Kyan Ling, sorry. Sean Ladinsky. And Aaron Lee. And now we'll have Athletics Director Mike Burrell come up and talk about our spring sports season.
Good evening. Usually I'm a big on brevity, but this has been such an outstanding spring sports season. I'd be remiss if I didn't say a few words about some of the accomplishments that went on. I think one of the biggest accomplishments that we might forget about is that we had a new stadium built at Cherry Hill East that was on time, which is the greatest miracle we've done with school construction, and without disruption to our student athletes or any of our programming at the school. This fall, we had 875 student athletes participate at Cherry Hill East and West on 21 different varsity teams. We had 800 students at the middle school level who participated on 18 teams and 12 intramural sports offerings that we had. We had 4 teams that were ranked in the top 10 by NJ.com. And that's top 10 in the state. We had 3 Olympic Conference champions. We had 15 of our teams qualified for the state playoffs, and 6 of those teams ended up in the sectional semifinals. We ended up with 2 NJSAA sectional champions, 4 state champions, and then we had 51 athletes who were voted all conference. So it was an outstanding spring season. I would just like to thank the Board of Education, the Business Office and Facilities Department led by Mrs. Sugars, and our superintendent for their outstanding commitment to our student athletes here at Cherry Hill East and West and public schools, so that we are continually competing at the highest level in the state. So thank you. Up first, we're going to have our West girls lacrosse program. By the way, it's very weird to look at the screen and you see a giant bald head on here. This is not a great angle for me. But first we'll have a West girls lacrosse team, and Coach Bonanno will be up. Our head girls coach, she's coaching the senior all-star game tonight. It's actually being held at Cherry Hill West. So come on up.
And to go along with Mike said, thank you all for all you do for the sports teams. They did amazing this year. So the girls were conference champs, group semifinalists. We had 2 all academic All-Americans, Charlie Pike and Sophia Levine. We had an All-American and co-attacker of the year, Tatum Woods. We had 5 all South Jersey players, Tatum Woods, Charlie Pike, Alana Uberry, Lily Legato, and Addison Petty. And we had 7 all conference players, Tatum Woods, Charlie Pike, Alani Uberry, Lily Legato, Addison Petty, Sophia Levine, and Sam Bruno. Lexi Bonanno. Tori Chase. Sydney Clark. Emma Devine. Kareen Johnson. Charleston Pike. Kylie Ruggieri. Erin Ryan. Alani Uberry. Julie Short. And Tatum Woods. Thank you again for all of your support.
Next up, we have our head boys volleyball coach at Cherry Hill West, Mr. Scott Arnauer.
Thank you. Thank you for honoring us. All the players on our team are in their 2nd or 3rd year. And at the end of last season, we were 21-4 and not ranked. At the beginning of this season, we were surprisingly ranked 18th in the state. We were really excited about that. We then played in an Eastern tournament where we got out of our pool play for the first time ever and took 3rd. Super proud of that. And then from there, things just were very successful. We won the Hamilton volleyball tournament. We host a volleyball tournament that we had some of the best teams in South Jersey, and we won. And our goal for this season was to win back-to-back Olympic conference championships and then make it to the sectional final. Last year, we lost in the sectional semis. That was our goal. And we did make it to the sectional finals. And from there, we started to play our best volleyball. We won the state sectional title and then went on to beat a team that was ranked 30th in the nation, second in New Jersey, and was 91-4 going into the championship with only 4 losses to the 2 top teams in the last 10 years. And we had the biggest upset of the state tournament this year. And I can't be more proud of the guys and wearing the West colors and purple, and it's pretty amazing. So congratulations to them and thanks for honoring us tonight.
We got to see the video. It was pretty impressive. So it was exciting to see the end.
They have club beach volleyball tonight.
Yeah. But we do have 3 of my favorite players here, of course.
And fan of the year.
Where's, oh yeah. So can you model our shirt for us, if you don't mind, Mr. Scott? So Mr. Scott is our biggest cheerleader. Yeah. This is Andre Scott's dad, and he's definitely our biggest fan. And he does this thing where everyone's in the audience and then he yells, thank you. That was not rehearsed. All right, first, let's give a round of applause for our setter, Tyler Carlisle. And our junior libero, Nate Goldwasser. And our senior middle hitter and captain, Andre Scott. Oh, they are? They're tall, but how big are their steps? You know? I'll announce them in spirit. Here comes the height. Over here, you guys. Go right in those chairs. You guys are fine. Tavion, perfect timing. Our other middle and senior, Tavion Bailey. And our middle, our outside hitter and captain. And on July 17th, we've talked about this openly, but I'm really hoping that on June 17th, we find out if Michael is first team All-State. That would be an amazing accomplishment, but he deserves it. So Michael Suarez. Now I could officially say, thank you very much.
Next up, we have head coach Dan McMaster from West Baseball.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burrell. Before we get started, certainly I'd like to thank the Board of Ed for recognizing the accomplishment of our program and our players today. Certainly quite an honor to be here. I want to thank the district administration as well as our own school administration for always supporting our guys, supporting our program, myself, for as long as I've been here. I know some of the other teams cleared out, but obviously congratulations to all these student athletes and their families. I have a great deal of respect across the board for all the sports on the east and west side of town. With the amount of time and energy everyone puts into being a student first, and then that extra time to represent all of our schools in the community, I think is a really big deal. And I think with social media today, we're able to follow each other's teams and see all the success that they had. So I feel like when they win, we all win in a sense. And it's more than just about wins and losses, but we're certainly proud to be part of the Cherry Hill community across the board. So thank you. I also want to thank my coaching staff. Coach Nick Caputi is here tonight. We have a wonderful staff. Coach, thank you. And in addition to thanking the players who are just an incredible group of guys that we get to work with every day, and many of them for the last 4 years, and even before that, some of these guys when they were 5 and 6 years old. So they've put up with me for the better part of 13, 14 years, and they're still here. But just incredible families that we've had a chance to work with that really have instilled great character in our guys. Our team this year, very successful on the field. I find I'm a better coach when I have really talented players. It makes it easy as they want to go to practice. They want to work long and hard, and they love one another, and they love the game of baseball. We ended up 24-5. At the end of the regular season, we were the #1 team in South Jersey, #2 in the state, top public. And in addition to winning our conference, we won the Diamond Classic, which was near and dear to my heart, as I used to go to those games with my father when I was young. And it's a invitational tournament of the top 32 teams in South Jersey. Our administrators, our teachers were there at the final, and it was nice to see a dream realized for our guys. And there's not much better than seeing your guys celebrate, on the field or on the court, and to have that opportunity and to see them reach their potential was a really big deal. So thank you so much for tonight. I'm going to call the guys up and recognize them. Jason Aldino here? No, I'll keep it rolling. I'm going to try to Andrew Bechtel. Eric Brown. Peyton Gardner. Ryder Garino. Angelo Grippi. Just got to share. Grip started, and some of the guys started a union guy motto this year, and that we got to be hard-nosed and tough workers. And they started talking a lot about union guys. We got construction vests and hard hats and all this stuff. So I don't even know what Grippy's real voice sounds like anymore, but they're always talking union guys. And that really is the one thing I'm always going to remember about these guys is how close-knit and how much they really cared about each other. But we had that big union guy theme, which I think is reflective of our community too. Tough, hard-nosed workers that are successful in life. Sway Holloway. CK, Cody Kessler. Smile, you're not my class here. So you're not stuck in my history class right now. I think we have fun in history class, but we're having a good time here too. Louis Sanchez. Luciano Macri. Ryan Martello. Bubba. Nick Morarki. Leo Orifici. Ricky Orlandini. Connor Owens. Aiden Ryder. Zachary Smith. John Young Jr. Thank you again for recognizing our guys this evening. Thank you.
Surround yourself with good people and great things happen. You know, you have a good baseball team when you're sitting in the stands and the scouts for the Cleveland Guardians and the Texas Rangers are talking to you about the kids on your team. So pretty exciting season. Next up, we have the East golf team and head coach, Mr. Ryan James.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having us. Just want to first thank the parents for all their support for the year. Give you some brief background of our team. Senior heavy team. We've been through the ups and downs over the last 4 years. Great leadership with these guys. You know, this year they were the Camden County champions with a score of 316. They placed 6th at the Carl Arena tournament, which has 80 teams. It's the biggest tournament in South Jersey. They placed 6th. It's a very tough field. Sectional champions with a 292, which is the second lowest score at sectionals. And that's with Central and South Jersey teams. It's 18 teams in that field. They have to be top 2 to advance. We won the whole thing by 11 strokes. And then they ended up winning the state championship for the first time in school history with a score of 324. The last time they won sectionals in the school was 1984. And 2 of the boys' fathers were actually on that team, which is really a cool thing. Yeah. So that was 1984. Yeah, a phenomenal year. We had 3 first-team players for the Olympic Conference American, which was Brian Cotter, Sam Rosenberg, and Jesse Serrata. And we had 1 second-team player, which is Ethan Barraway. I had 2 of the best captains you could ever have. That's what made this team possible. They were great leaders. So I'm going to introduce them and let them introduce their team. Senior captain Brian Cotter and Sam Rosenberg.
We have Jesse Serrata. Ethan Barraway. Tyler Whitney. Ryan Olson. Sean Murphy, who isn't here, but Andrew Slattery. Aiden Woods, who also isn't here. Quanchi Liu. Ian Furtis.
And 3 other kids who aren't here today who are on our team and played were Chase Vogel, Jared Blumenthal, and William Jones.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for having us.
And next up, we have both our state championship esports teams. One of them is back-to-back state champions, led by head coach, Mr. Andrew Graff.
Hello. I had a little narrative here, but I'm going to keep it a little bit briefer and just say that Cherry Hill East has now cemented its name here in New Jersey as the school to be feared for the eSport Valorant. Whenever any coach talks to me over Discord and they say, I just realized that we're playing you this week and my kids were not so happy. This year, our varsity Valorant team took home the Group 4 state championship. And had there been an all-around group, a state champion like last year, which we had taken home, I'm fairly confident we would have had that too. They just didn't have time for that. So they're a young team, and most of them are still 10th graders, or well, incoming 11th graders this next year. So we have definitely a few years good to go for likely championships to come. And this year we also had a state champion Valkyrie Valorant team. The Valkyrie League is designated for young women as well as non-binary and non-gender conforming students. This was the second year that Garden State Esports offered Valkyrie Valorant, but it was our first competing. And our team is a mix of young women from all grades who immediately clicked and began racking up wins. I did hear that one or two of them had forsworn the game, but came back because of friendships to Tom Brady to come back and see what happened. And it was good that they did, because they did indeed they were victorious every single game, beat everyone. And then, of course, at the state championships in May up at Stockton University, they did win and took home the belt. Unfortunately, the belts did not arrive for today, but we would have loved to have carried them in, but otherwise they are here, all of them, to receive this here. So may I, Kevin Lynn. Justin Chen is not here today. Will Zhang. Vincent Chen. Darren Chen. Curtis Liu. Kaylee Fan. Mohammed Bakit. And the Valkyrie team here, Kaylee Fan is also on the Valkyrie, but Mikey Alvarez. Rena Segovia. Kaylee Dung. Sophia Gabriel. Sandy Wen is not here tonight, but Kaylee Fan, again, a captain for both teams. And Lillian Tan. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It was very exciting. It's lovely to see so many of our students participating and having success in all the different areas that they're skilled in and enjoy, and enhance their, what happens during the day at school. It's just such an important part of their educational experience. So thrilled to see that. So now we have two presentations. We're going to start with our communication audit report, is my understanding. Dr. Morton, if you want to, I don't know if you want to introduce that for us.
Yes, so we are very fortunate that we have Jessica Schechten with us on the call tonight from the National School Public Relations Association. This is the organization that actually conducted the communications audit for us. We're very happy to be at the point where we are able to report or have the final report. There's quite a bit of information. So without further ado, I want to introduce Jessica. I see that she is on the call. Mark, does she have sharing access? All right, so we'll turn it over to Jessica.
Thank you, Dr. Morton. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So let's see if this works. I'll just share my screen. And hopefully that's working for everyone as well. So thank you for having me here tonight. I'm sure you have a full agenda. I don't plan to take up too much of your time. My goal tonight is to just give a very brief overview of the communications audit, the goals that the district had when entering into the communications audit, a little bit about the process and what it involves. Briefly, I'll go over some key findings and themes that I heard that were identified throughout the process, focusing on strengths and opportunities, as well as areas for potential improvement. And then I will briefly go over the recommendations that we put together in the audit, as well as some action steps, considerations for implementing these recommendations, and then happy to entertain any questions from the board members if you have any. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and get started. First of all, just to give you an overview, again, I'm Jessica Schechten. I am actually a 25-year veteran school public relations and communications professional. Currently, I'm working with NSPRA as a consultant, as an auditor for school districts. Joining me in producing this report were several members of the NSPRA team, including the Associate Director, Melissa Bram, the Communications Audit Coordinator, Susan Downing, the Communications Surveys Manager, Naomi Hunter, and my partner in crime who joined me in the district for a few days back in February, Alyssa Terrabury. So an NSPRA communications audit, as you see here, it's a pretty comprehensive process. And the goal of the audit was twofold. First, to seek data, opinions, and perceptions, and from these, to assess the effectiveness and management of public relations, marketing, and engagement efforts throughout the district. And then secondly, the goal was to provide some customized recommendations on strategies and best practices for the district to build and enhance its overall communications program. The audit process in Cherry Hill began with the Public Information Officer, Barbara Wilson, submitting materials to me that she uses to communicate with various internal and external audiences, including the district and school websites, videos, e-newsletters, presentations, posters, flyers, social media channels, publications, campaigns, emails, etc. I conducted a rigorous review of these materials and examined them for effectiveness of message delivery, readability, visual appeal, and ease of use. Also, I reviewed additional information provided by the district, such as demographic data, strategic plans, communication plans, news coverage, board policies, various reports, and analytics. One of the other key aspects is the scope survey, which I'm sure many people on this call in the community perhaps remember taking part in. Scope surveys are aligned to NSPRA's rubrics of practice at a high level. This alignment occurs during the results review, where an experienced school communications practitioner assigned to the scope account reviews the district survey results. Based on the lower scoring areas, the district is pointed to specific areas within the rubrics for the district to consider changes and enhancements to their program. Scope is largely an outcomes-based assessment, measuring the impact of district communications. Outside of a few demographic and open comment questions, all Scope question surveys are on a 5-point Likert scale. This enables the survey report to provide comparative data with national high, low, and average scores of districts who have participated in the survey nationwide on a level playing field. Using the industry standard equation for reliability, Scope calculates target participation rates based on the total number in each survey audience required to achieve either plus or minus 3%, 5%, or 10% margins of error. Scope also works closely with districts throughout their survey campaigns to help them achieve the desired participation rate and raise reliability of their results. That is probably going to be the most technical information I share tonight. As you can see here, the margin of error was achieved for parents and families and for community participation, just fell very slightly short for faculty and staff. The goal was 5%, we hit 6%. So pretty good participation and a lot of open-ended comments that really added even more information and opinion to the data. And then finally, the third key area were interviews and focus groups. As I mentioned, I traveled with my colleague Alyssa up to the district in February to conduct interviews with Superintendent Dr. Morton, the Public Information Officer, Barbara Wilson, and Director of Technology, Mark Plevinsky. I'm not sure I say that right, but in addition, we held focus groups with key stakeholders. And there were a total of 10 focus groups: parents, community members, elementary faculty, elementary support staff, elementary administrators, then also secondary faculty, support staff, and administrators, central office administrators, and Board of Education members. So every stakeholder group represented in these sessions was guided through a similar set of questions. Participants were assured that their comments would be anonymous and not be directly attributed to them if used in the communications report. Getting into the findings now, and certainly there is much more information in the report. I've just chosen to share a few high-level key findings with you. Overall perception of the district in looking at excellent and above average, you can see here that the highest perception, or most positive perception, were among parents. When compared to districts nationwide, and this again is what I was speaking to with the Scope survey, staff and community perceptions are at or above national averages, while parents' perceptions are slightly below the national average. Some more key findings. Throughout all of the focus groups and even in the survey comments, stakeholders describe the district as large, diverse, inclusive, and despite its size and the challenges that can come along with a very diverse community, those were considered strengths by everyone that I heard from. Teachers and students were often mentioned as among the greatest strengths of the district. It was shared with me that the district has a reputation as a high-performing district, one that offers a well-rounded education and a lot of opportunities beyond the classroom to engage and educate students. There was also an acknowledgement of recent efforts to increase transparency and prioritize sharing information by Dr. Morton. And along with praise for Barbara Wilson's professionalism and effort, particularly recognizing that she is a department of one for a very large district. Moving on more specifically to communications opinions, Once again, we see here the overall satisfaction among parents, employees, and community members. When compared to districts nationwide, ratings are at or close to the national average for each stakeholder group. Again, specifically to communications, all stakeholder groups felt most informed about school safety topics. And by that, we mean school closings, any serious incidents or crises that happen in the district. There was widespread agreement by all stakeholder groups that communications are easy for me to understand. There was also appreciation for, as people remembered, the 2022 bond issue communications campaign and recognized that it was a highly visible, very transparent, very active public engagement effort that proved to be successful. Participants were also asked about the amount of information that they receive. And the majority of parents and employees said that they receive the right amount of information. There was also a lot of praise for the weekly e-newsletters that come from the district and from several of the schools. Moving on now to some areas of possible improvement. There was some discussion in focus groups, particularly among employee groups, a concern that the district is coasting on its reputation in the sense that recent budget cuts, loss of some position, and other things are negatively impacting the educational program, or concern that it is. There's also was acknowledgement of a community divide between the two high schools, or the perception of one, despite the concerted we messaging that the district pursues. There's also perception that the district may lack strategic direction, in the sense that a lot of initiatives seem to come about, and particularly with employees, not necessarily knowing what happens to them, where they're going, or what kind of commitment there is for some of those initiatives. There's also frustration over significant inconsistencies among the schools. To be honest, I don't find that surprising given 19 school buildings, but parents and employees did mention that it seems that there's different as far as not just in terms of communication, but in terms of engagement efforts, involvement efforts, policies and procedures can be very different from one school building to the next. And also there is growing concern about misinformation about Cherry Hill schools on social media, and a recognition that even if it is a small number of people, concern that it is gaining influence and taking up a lot of time for people in the district to do their best to dispel those rumors and get accurate information out. A little bit more from the findings. All of the stakeholder groups, when asked about agreeing with several statements, had the lowest level agreement with the statement, "My input and opinion are welcome and valued." And that echoed a lot of comments in focus groups where stakeholders mentioned that while the district seems to survey individuals quite a bit, and that there are sometimes opportunities for providing input, stakeholders sometimes wonder how genuine those opportunities are and wonder whether or not the decisions have already been made. There was also recognition that the timeliness and accuracy of communications from schools and the districts could be improved. And while there is recognition for how much information the district does share, there are so many channels for receiving information, and parents in particular don't necessarily know which channels are best used for which kinds of information, contributing to a sense of an overwhelming amount of information and concern among parents that the sheer volume means they miss some important information. Along with that is a desire for streamlined communications that are easier to read, but also expanding the topics of the information that's shared with people to focus more on substantive academic and policy issues and decisions, and not just on events and accomplishments and achievements. I also found what I'll call a disconnect or a lack of alignment between what stakeholders say that they would like to know and need to know from the district and what the district thinks they want to know, which then means that messages are not always targeted to the people that would like to hear them. Along with that, messaging around safety incidents, although I had said earlier, survey participants felt that safety issues were an area where it was what they were most informed about. I did hear in many comments and conversations that the statements that come from the district after such incidents often can be too vague and leave questions unanswered. And then interesting in the findings, the average ratings for the trustworthiness of school, district, and department information is the one area that, while still very close to the national average, was slightly below. Information was also sought to find out the communication sources and preferences of stakeholders. All groups, parents, employees, and the community all rely on email more than any other information source for news and information from the school district. All stakeholder groups prefer email for all types of information, except in the case of emergencies, where they prefer text messages. Secondary to email, the Genesis Parent Portal was also a preference among parents for receiving information about their students. And among employees, their second choice for receiving information were district and department meetings. Facebook is the most used social platform among stakeholders, followed by Instagram. And also the stakeholders find the website cumbersome and disorganized, hard to navigate, and information can be out of date. So moving on now to the recommendations. There are 6 recommendations that are listed in the report. They are listed in a general order of priority, but that is not anything hard and fast. And the district can certainly choose to pursue any of them in any order as time and resources and staffing allow. And I also want to be sure to mention that it's not considered that any school district can tackle all of the recommendations, even in one school year. Typically, audit recommendations, the timeline is considered a 2 to 3 year process to be able to continue offering the communications program that you have now, while also pursuing the recommendations and the outlined improvements. So I'll briefly be going over each one of these recommendations and some of the key action steps. The first recommendation is to develop a strategic communication plan that would allow the district to have measurable objectives to focus on and evaluate them to be sure that they are working toward the district's goals. This is not to say that there is no planning that occurs in the district with regard to communication, but the strategic plan as outlined in the report follows a very well-regarded 4-step strategic public relations planning process involving research, planning, implementation, and evaluation. So, and then as part of the communication plan, we recommend that the district focus on proactive issues management as a component of its communications. Issues management is really the flip side of crisis management. And the idea is to be getting out ahead of issues that may cause concern or attract the interest of stakeholders and communicating about them proactively to keep people informed. The district again has protocols and procedures that are followed in crisis situations. But again, we recommend that those procedures are formalized either as part of the strategic communications plan or as a supplemental crisis communication plan to streamline those efforts and make sure that during a crisis, everyone can focus on addressing the crisis and not discussing how to communicate with people, in the moment, in those very time-sensitive moments. Also a recommendation to elevate two-way communication. And by that mean finding more opportunities to allow for input and discussion regarding initiatives, decisions, policy changes, anything of substance. Then the next two pieces really go along, but it's important that this strategic communications plan is not just something written on paper and kept somewhere in a file drawer, but while it is a living and breathing document that certainly may need to be adapted and changed as situations change throughout the school year, it really should be that guiding light. And because communications in a school district is not just the purview of professional communications staff, really every member of a school district, every employee can be an ambassador and an information source and is generally a trusted information source by members of the community. We recommend that having an opportunity for the administrative leaders to review and understand the communication plan and their roles in it will help the plan be realized. And similarly, I recommend providing regular updates about progress and evaluation of the strategic communication plan at the Board of Education meetings. Finally, there's also the idea that this kind of planning should be something that is incorporated into any major project or initiative, in the sense of any campaign, even writing a very brief kind of strategic plan to again make sure that the outcomes are what's driving the work, is one of the recommendations. And then finally, to be sure to focus on increasing stakeholder understanding and engagement. So again, as mentioned in some of the findings, I heard from stakeholders that there is a desire to understand and be more knowledgeable about some of the more substantive things related to schools, fiscal situations, policies, academic changes, curriculum and standards, and to make sure that it's again not just about events and photo opportunities, but that this depthful information is shared and prioritized as well. The second recommendation is to evaluate, strengthen, and expand the district's communications capacity and infrastructure. And here we recommend starting with and building on this audit by really taking stock of all of the communications tasks and services that occur. And again, this would be from schools, not just the district communications office, and to really look at them with a critical eye to determine which ones support the district's goals and the goals of the communication plan, and which are done because they've always been done and perhaps don't have the same value that they always have. And to potentially identify some duties that could be handled by someone other than the public information officer. As part of this process, we suggest taking a look at the job description for Public Information Officer, although it was looked at fairly recently. In thinking about this audit and some of the recommendations and priority areas that the district may choose to pursue, it would be beneficial if the job description mirrored those priorities as well. I will be very forthright here that these recommendations and the improvements that stakeholders would like to see in communications from the district will require more resources for that. And by that, it does mean expanding communications staff. Every school district has so many priorities and rarely has enough funding for them all. So that is a caveat, and whether it is perhaps monies for some project-based staff that can come in and help with some of these things, or over time, increasing the communications staff. That's something obviously for the district to consider. But even if duties could be streamlined, it's likely that over time, for a district of this size, additional communications staff would be beneficial. And then again, looking beyond the communications office, any communication responsibilities for other staff, we recommend developing a very simple training program so those individuals understand their role and are armed with the information that they are responsible for sharing. And along with that is making sure that everyone in the district who has responsibilities for communications understand the expectations and what's expected of them. The third recommendation is to specifically focus on internal communications and engagement. And by that, there is a saying in public relations, which is always go internal first. So an employee's first approach to disseminating information to make sure that before the media, before the public, before parents and community members have information, that employees have it as well. And again, that will help in making sure the messaging is effectively received by the rest of the community if employees of the district can help in supporting that. Again, the idea of increasing opportunities for face-to-face communication. In the findings, employees specifically said that department and district meetings are some of their preferred methods for getting information, which indicates that face-to-face communication where there can be a conversation, where context can be added, questions can be asked, is something that employees are looking for. All of this would help build up the ability of employees to serve as ambassadors for the district out in the community, which would elevate the district's communications. And we recommend that that ambassadorship element be something that is integrated into employee orientation programs so that new employees understand right away some information about the district that is most sought after, and that they understand where they themselves can get that information, but more importantly, that they are able to share that when they receive questions from community members or parents. And then finally, in something that throughout the report, there are some quick wins that are mentioned. Obviously, some of these recommendations are much more depthful, and some are what we call quick wins. And making sure that employee contributions and successes are celebrated is one of those quick wins. The fourth recommendation is to redesign the district website. And I'm not going to spend too much on this one because I know that both the Director of Technology and the Public Information Officer, neither are happy with the state of the website at the current time and have already begun looking at some different options. So the report does outline some concrete action steps that can be taken as a vendor is identified, whether it is the current vendor that you continue with and redesign a site, or if you find a new vendor. We also suggest conducting some user testing. Perhaps not a survey, since I know this community has been surveyed a lot and there was a lot of feedback that's in the audit report from surveys. But there are some other user testing approaches, such as card sorting, that can really help understand how people would be looking for information on a school website. Something that is very important for all school districts is to ensure that website content meets accessibility guidelines, so that individuals with disabilities who use various assistive devices to navigate a website are able to do so without obstacles. While there is a lot on the district's website currently that meets accessibility, there are some issues, as is true of most websites out there. And so in discussions with a website vendor for a new website, accessibility and the vendor's ability to support the federal accessibility requirements is imperative. And then finally, with any, if you're going to redesign the website, we recommend that as part of that, there is a process developed to ensure that the web pages are routinely kept up to date. And the website is reviewed periodically to make sure about that. And so the website right now is a collective of people that maintain it, individuals in the various schools, along with Barbara Wilson and support from the technology office. It certainly makes sense that continue, but it's important then to make sure that everyone with responsibilities for the website, again, understands the expectations, is held accountable for those expectations, and most importantly, is provided with training and reminders on the training so they can effectively and efficiently make those updates. Recommendation 5 is to tackle the information overload and some of the redundancy with so many channels that the district has. And in particular, to develop some consistent processes for how the district chooses to communicate, both with employees and externally with parents, students, and the community. And using the scope survey findings to make some decisions. So everything doesn't have to be shared everywhere. But if you communicate to your audiences where to find different information, for instance, letting them know that if there's going to be a snow day, the source to go to, for instance, is the website, and you can sign up for text messages, and perhaps de-emphasize sharing that on Facebook, where people might not see it right away in their feeds or whatever else, but to streamline it to lessen the load. But then importantly, to communicate and provide this information distribution guide that will help particularly new employees or new families know where to look for the information they seek. And then finally, to make information easier to consume. And by this, we mean there's a lot of research out there on ways to make content more scannable, so people can quickly look to see if the information is relevant to them. Even the use of subheads and bullets and things like that can make, in particular, lengthy bits of information much easier to digest for audiences. And the 6th recommendation is to combat misinformation and disinformation. And the best way to do that is by providing accurate and easy to find information. So as a starting point, we recommend that a small group of district employees, including the public information officer, monitor some emerging issues. And this again may help the district be able to identify those areas where concern may grow, or people may seek information, and the district can be ready with that information. So stakeholders don't need to go to other sources that might not be as accurate. There's also developing some brief fact sheets on potentially controversial issues, so that again, right from the start, information can be shared that is factual and helpful in providing context for those situations. We also suggest in the report some ideas for building a network of digital ambassadors, and who would in a very concerted way seek to share information on social media that is accurate from the district, again, to make sure that those information voids don't exist, so that misinformation isn't what ends up filling those voids. And then in particular, because the school incidents situation seemed to provide, well, I heard from both stakeholders and the district that it's almost this no-win situation. Everyone knows that you can't share all kinds of information about a situation. And yet, as I shared with the findings, parents in particular feel that they don't get enough to really feel that they have all the information that they need. While there is an acknowledgement of understanding privacy laws exist, it may be helpful, and again, in particular for new families, but to create a guide describing those school-related privacy laws regarding students and employees in really simple language. So you aren't litigating this every time there is a crisis and trying in the moment of the crisis to explain why you can't share certain information with the community. So I understand that was a very, very quick look at a whole lot of information that we've provided the district. And just to reiterate what I said earlier, NSPRA views the communications program as going beyond what the communications staff or department does. And it really involves so many other individuals in the district. And to be successful, implementation of the recommendations should be viewed as a long-term effort that will require the participation of staff at all levels. And it should not be something that anyone expects to have everything fixed by the start of school in the fall. This is definitely a long-term concerted effort that we believe will help the district achieve the goals that it seeks for expanding and improving its communications program. And with that, I'll ask if there is any questions from the board.
Thank you. So tonight we have our sorry about that. So tonight we had in our strategic planning portion of our meeting, our work session, we were due to talk about this because it was discussed in that in our strategic planning committee. However, I think this is timely, and I think having the ability to ask questions now makes the most sense and have some discussion. So I'm going to ask Mr. Mayor, who is stepping in as the strategic planning chair for tonight in place of Dr. Rood, who is out of the country doing a presentation, to take over from here, please.
Sure. Thank you. Jessica, first of all, it was great work. The about 6 months ago, it's probably more than that. Mrs. Wilson, you can correct me, that we started talking in strategic planning about a desire to do just what you've done for us, put together the survey.
Yes, it was August of 2023. that we
About
started
6
the
months
discussion.
plus about another 6 months. So I have my number right. I just didn't have enough of them. We've known for a while, and I think most board members present and past members would probably agree. We've always felt we can do a better job communicating. Those of us, and there are many of us that think, we know we're getting word out. We are communicating, but is it landing the way we intend? Is it having the impact that we need it to have to help our parents or community members, our students? And too often the answer is probably not. So we wanted to turn to experts that could help us. Take a look at what we're doing reasonably well, what we need to do better, and where there are opportunities. So thank you for taking the time. I know in the interview group that I participated in, I thought your questions and your teammates' questions were outstanding. From reading through the full detailed report, I can see the effort that your team put into this and ensuring very wide opportunities for stakeholders to provide input and allow you to put this together. So thank you for all that. I would also say that I think, I'm not going to speak for all of us, but I think it's probably true that a lot of what is in the detailed report is not a huge surprise. I mean, some of the detail might be a surprise, but a lot of what's there, as I read it, I was nodding that, okay, that makes sense. Some things, were a little, were presented in a way I might not have anticipated, but I'm glad that they're there. And I'm glad that we now have a template from which to work. I have a couple of follow-up questions, but I'd like to open the discussion for other board members first that might have any questions while you're on the line, and then I'll follow up towards the end. So are there any other board members have questions about the presentation this evening? Mrs. Sherfain.
Thank you. One of the things that stood out to me a lot in this was that through your research, you found that there was a disconnect between what stakeholders want or need to know and what the district thinks that they want to know. And I know you addressed this a little bit in some of the recommendations, but I was wondering if you had any bigger picture oversight of where to even begin with that and trying to figure out, what exactly people want to know without, like you were saying, with surveys, there's tons of surveys being sent out. I don't know if you've seen that a lot and if you would have some more of a recommendation for that.
Well, I think there's a couple things that come to mind, and they're in different places in the report. But again, the disconnect that I refer to is not. I don't want anyone to think that it is an intentional disconnect. For instance, there's a flooded classroom at one school, and the district it has thought, well, we're going to let families know pertaining to that one school. And yet things that I heard were that employees just want to know because they don't want to run into a parent saying, oh my gosh, did you hear about the mess over there? And then the employees are, no, I didn't hear about it. So I think part of it is, I think, again, as I said, I'm thinking about some construction things that while some people may need to know a whole lot of information about the construction going on in the school, and there's going to be a change to the traffic loop, and you need to come in this door today, and but a little bit of information for everyone else that you may not know. Maybe they have a reason to travel to that school, things like that. So I think part of it is just when you are targeting communications specific to one community, think about perhaps less detailed information about that topic that you can post in a news section on your redesign website. So when someone is wondering, again, in my experience with school districts, there's an incident at a school, there's an emergency vehicle seen at a school, even if it's just someone pulled the fire alarm. All it takes is for a few parents to drive by and see that at one school, and they may naturally have concerns. Does the district need to send out a robocall to every member of Cherry Hill every time an emergency vehicle is at one school? Certainly not. But that might be a situation where, yes, you target the detailed information, but if there is a quick note on the website and people understand that the website will be a place to go for that. For instance, that's one thing. So there are those ways to share perhaps less detailed information, but share it more widely. And then it's just out there. It's not intrusive. There's a place where people can find it, but it is not necessarily pushed to them. So then it's not necessarily about even worrying what every individual does or doesn't want to know, how much they do or don't want to know. It's out there just in case. I think that is one fundamental thing that will already help in some of this information. One of the things that is a recommendation in there also is specific to perhaps crises, but asking people, would you like to be on a list of people that get extra information? So there is that way. It's not about surveying. It's actually saying, take an action. Let us know. We'll add you to a list if you want to know when incidents occur, even if they don't directly affect your neighborhood, your student, etc. So those are a couple of things. And I think the other thing I would say is that, again, if there's something where it's specific to the math department or specific to a school is, I'm gonna champion my colleague here, but touch base with Barbara and ask her, do you see this through a different lens? And can you think about what might other people want to know about this situation? And so, in that, with every kind of situation like that, consider that. And then you can, again, whether it is an email, and again, particularly internally, I think it would be easier. One of the other things mentioned in the report is, I think, where some of this disconnect has occurred is that the district has taken a very sort of disaggregating approach to internal communications. So it comes from central office to school administrators, and then each school administrator shares it with the school staff. And so the message isn't necessarily consistent. It isn't necessarily received at the same time. So there might have been the intention that everyone will be informed of this. But if everyone didn't hear it at the same time, you might have a group of employees saying, well, you didn't tell us this, but really it was just something that building was only going to share tomorrow. If it's the same message that's going to be shared, I strongly recommend that that's just a message that comes from the central office, from, instead always filtering through the school principals. If it is about the math department, the head of the math department sends it, the assistant superintendent says it, director of facilities, and they go directly to staff. And I think that's another aspect where small nuances in interpreting the message, it kind of eliminates that potential game of telephone that can happen.
Thank you.
Mrs. Stern.
So just echoing what you said, Mr. Mayor, I think there were very few things in this. The full document is 81 pages that we got a chance to review, and I think there's very little in there that's a complete surprise. That's just unknown. I think these are topics we've been hearing about and talking about and trying to tackle. So this is incredibly helpful to have it, reported on, and especially in such a succinct manner with this presentation. So we've been talking about for the past year plus, your term, Mr. Mayor, the heat map. It's when there are items that are kind of bubbling up and we know they're either currently or going to be soon. Topics that need to be communicated about. I think that, that's something that we definitely have been more attuned to, and now we need to address better. I think one thing that I thought was really exciting was obviously, there's enough strong sentiment that things needed to be looked at that we did a survey on it. We did this whole, audit. So seeing that we have a path forward, I think is really great. I think there's a lot of recommendations. There's, your recommendation, Rebecca, was 2 to 3 years of implementation. So, I think the thing that the central portal, I think a lot of us get really tired of 700 portals in all of our lives. This app for this, this website for this, this is a phone call, this is a text message, this is 4 different text messaging apps. I mean, it's just too much. So I think I'm very strongly supporting tackling our website and potentially a singular, as much as possible, perhaps a singular portal that has capabilities to, disseminate information in other manners, but it's a singular, more of a singular, a go-to place, because that's what people want to know. Where do I find the information? And I think that, our Achilles heel has, I'm just going to say it. I think it's been one of our Achilles heels has been our website for sure. And so I'm really thrilled that that's something being looked at. I also think, the reality is that there's been a lot of change, and there's a lot of different thinking right now about a lot of things here than than compared to the past. And I think I was excited to see that the community is noticing that, the parents are noticing that, the kid, people are noticing that there's definitely change afoot, and it's for the better. So, and I'm excited although this is really a small audience, no offense to anybody listening or in the room, but we're kind of a small audience. But we have a lot to talk about tonight, the rest of our meeting, about achievement and academics and updating our curriculum and stuff like that, budget, how we allocate funds, how we're going to pay for this. That's in our meeting, but we need other ways to really disseminate that in a better way. I think the voice of the staff is really important. As a board, our role is really focusing on the kids, and sometimes the kids via the parents. But we also understood and added to our goals like staff wellness, because we know we have to, it's very important to focus on our staff as well. It's part of LMC. Some of the findings from the staff are very important for us to, I think, take note of, because they're our most important resource. To quote administrators from years past. And current. And current too. So anyway, I think there's, for me, I don't know that we're necessarily going there tonight in terms of priorities. That's more of a strategic planning committee, more of a committee, discussion that I guess comes to us. But to me, that's kind of a big thing. I guess I do have one question, Rebecca, and that is, and I was trying to scan through the original full report. We at the New Jersey School Board Association workshop, were some of the workshops we went to specifically had platforms, and obviously there are vendors there. I know Mr. Plavinsky and Mrs. Wilson do a lot of scouring of those resources. And I know that, you may or may not be in the position to promote a certain, platform or whatever. But if there is, we use the communication platforms we have, like in terms of just distributing information or blasts or whatever. But I know at the workshop, we heard about some really interesting platforms that offered more engagement, specifically staff engagement and parent engagement, perhaps student engagement. So didn't necessarily see them through the links, but I might have missed it. So I'm not asking you tonight necessarily to call out names or products because I don't know that that's appropriate, but I would love to know if there's, if you have recommendations that you've shared them, hopefully forward with the administration of, perhaps if there's improvement, preferred communication platforms that we could look into. I'd love to know beyond obviously updating our website, because that's again, goes back to that. So that's my kind of one ask, if that's happened or will be happening.
So in the report, there are, and these are not specifically just, my recommendations. Obviously, NSPRA is a national organization. They work with a lot of school districts. So in the report, there are some different vendors mentioned, certainly regarding websites, but other vendors for other different kinds of needs. I know the district, I believe within the last year or two, started working with Thought Exchange, which I know has been very well received by a lot of school districts, particularly my last job was in New York, and many districts there were really embracing Thought Exchange. What I would say is the most important thing is, and streamlining is important, but I think one of the things that always concerns me in this space, in the K-12 market, is the balance between, that efficiency, that streamlining, and effectiveness. And, there are so many districts. The organization that I previously worked with, we offered, just as an example, custom website design. We just used WordPress. We ran our own process. We did not have a platform. I can't tell you, I used to joke that I would want to send all these vendors Christmas cards for all the business they sent our way. And honestly, it's not because those tools are bad. It's because there was, in my opinion, too often, the most critical step was missed. And by that, I mean focusing on the content and what your audiences need from that platform, be it a website, be it an automated messaging tool, be it a tip line, anything else. And I mentioned this in the report, but a vendor can come and show you all kinds of bells and whistles and get you so excited for what something can do that you forget about what you need. So what I would say is I don't have, a tried and true vendor, for instance, other than, like I said, Thought Exchange. It's a very niche kind of platform, but it seems to be very effective for that. What I would say is that it's most important, if you're looking at platforms, they can be a pain, but doing RFPs where you say to potential vendors, this is what we need. Tell me how you do this. And if they can't tell you how they do this, you have that information, and making sure that your needs are what drive the decision rather than, the options and the bells and whistles. And what I would say along with that is I've seen a lot of districts go with providers that bundle everything together. And sometimes that can be very successful. But again, I would look at, just because something can be bundled together doesn't mean then that it is going to be the right tool for any individual part of that bundle. So, what I can say the most is, you've got some data and research now. You've got Mrs. Wilson, you've got, I'm going to say Mark because I still don't know how to say his last name, but they are incredibly knowledgeable. They know what doesn't work. They know what does work. Use that as your guide and make the vendors prove to you how they can solve your problem, how they can give you that opportunity. I think that is, that is the best advice I can give, more than suggesting any particular vendor, because, everyone who loves Blackboard there's someone who doesn't like Blackboard. Anyone who loves WordPress, there's someone who doesn't like WordPress.
Thank you.
Any other board members have questions? Mrs. Winters.
So one interesting part of your report was that it seems like there's an appetite out there for a deeper dive into some of the bigger policy issues that we talk about, budget issues and large initiatives and changes that we talk about as a board. But as we know, most people don't have time to sit here and listen to our board meetings, nor do I recommend that they should for fun. But unfortunately, we don't have a great way of communicating those kinds of things out. And I think it's a failure of ours. And I think it leads to a failure of that proactive issue management that you're talking about, where we wait until there's reaction and avoid, and then a crisis, and then we're trying to play catch up, where now we're trying to communicate back, no, this is really what's going on. Whereas if we just had a mechanism at the start for talking about some of these larger issues and interacting with the community, that two-way communication piece that you talked about, I think that would solve not all of our problems, but maybe a chunk of it. So my question to you is, what is the format that you've seen other districts successfully communicate about these sort of bigger picture policy, budget, and maybe project-based issues that districts talk about? How do we effectively communicate that with people who wish to know?
So I think one of the simplest steps forward in that way, again, I'll say it involves the website, for instance. So you have your strategic plan committee meeting. I know I heard from people that your committee meetings are open to the public, which is unusual. But to your point, so that is a great mark of transparency. But to your point, not many people are going to 6 o'clock in the evening decide to go and listen to a 2-hour meeting, even if they are interested. And, at the same time, I will say strategic planning, budgets, things like that. It's again, understandable to think people aren't that interested in that. There's nothing sexy about that. And they might not be interested until they are. And that's where, even the idea of that repository, which to me is what a website can be. So someone wasn't paying any attention to all those committee meetings, but now they hear about it, they go to the website, they search on strategic plan, and they can find a few brief articles summarizing the action steps taken. And it's not about, here's what happened at the meeting, right? If nothing happened coming out of that meeting, it's not about doing meeting summaries. I worked with a district once that was going to close a school, and it was uproar. And they said, we don't understand why everybody's so upset. We've been telling them about this process forever. And I asked, how are you telling them this? Oh, well, we constantly put in the newsletter a column about some very long committee meeting summary. And nobody reads our newsletters. Okay, well, right, that didn't work. But when there is something substantive, a decision that's been made, a decision that's going to be considered, even the briefest news article on your website. And again, it'll take time, right? Because right now people don't know to go to your website to look at that. So to me, that would be a very, very simple way of doing it. What's the takeaway from this decision, or from the fact that we've decided to discuss this, right? So then again, you could let people know, and it doesn't have to be a push notification as if everyone wants to drop what they're doing and hear about strategic planning. But again, over time, you'll sort of train your audience to know if they hear things going on, if they want to know what might be coming about from this, the website is a good place to find it. And even the briefest article, just letting people know how that process is unfolding and what those key milestones are, that would be enough for that individual that is very interested to learn more to realize, well, maybe now I do want to show up at that meeting. my career was spent in New York State, where every year there is still every community votes on the school budget. So one of the driest things to talk about, but obviously we make a lot of information, those districts make a lot of information available, hold lots of meetings, but the website is key. And whether people read it or not, the ones that need to know, it's there when they're ready for it.
Thank you so much.
Any other board member questions? Okay, I had a couple follow-ups, but I think we'll address those later in the meeting. And your report, your recommendations are going to be a huge part of strategic planning meetings for the foreseeable future. So they will be sexy meetings, and they will be worth paying attention to. Thanks to some of these recommendations. So I'll leave it at that. Again, thank you for your work, your effort, your expertise. We rely on experts when we know that we aren't the subject matter experts. There are those out there who can help. You're one of those people. Your team has been that for us, and we greatly appreciate what you've done for us. So with that, thank you.
It really was a pleasure to meet all of you and work with you and help you out. And I will just leave by saying that throughout the process, I'm not sure I've ever seen a district so, as you've all said, so aware that there is work to be done and so willing to talk about it. So I really commend you all for taking this step and just going head on and doing your best. So thank you very much. It really was a pleasure, and I wish you lots of luck.
Thank you. We appreciate all your work. Okay. I have a jam-packed meeting tonight, which leads us to our next presentation. So Dr. Morton, I don't know if you want to introduce this. I know Mrs. Wethington's going to lead this one, but.
Yes, absolutely. So Ms. Wethington is going to lead the next presentation on NJ tiered system of supports and where we are within the district and implementing this. Just to let everyone know, this does link to our district goals under student wellness action number 2. We had stated that we ensure that all students have equitable access to comprehensive support services that promote their academic success, social emotional development, and overall well-being. And it specifically stipulates an overview of NJ TSS implementation of that as well. So without further ado, Ms. Wethington.
Thank you, Dr. Morton. Dr. Mahan is going to be my trusty assistant, clicking for me because I cannot click and talk at the same time. Not skilled. Okay, Dr. Mahan. So we're going to talk about the New Jersey tiered system of support. It is a marriage between response to intervention, and some of you may have heard of response to intervention because that's a national framework, not a New Jersey framework, sorry, and the multi-tiered system of support, which is again a national framework tied to the Elementary and Secondary Education Act and the Every Student Succeeds Act. RTI, just like NJTSS, is a tiered system and levels interventions based on student need. So why does New Jersey have its own model? Because we are New Jerseyans. That's what we do. We create our own thing. We take it and we tweak it and we make it the New Jersey version. So there are a couple reasons why. The New Jersey School Boards Association had a task force in 2014, 10 years ago. Just want you to know how quickly things work in our state. And there was information that came out of the task force about early intervention and reading services at the early level for children. And then the next year, 9 years ago, Special Education Task Force came out, and that talked about early intervention, early reading, and the importance of a system to provide that, some kind of network support system. In addition to that, in New Jersey, we're required to provide interventions. Our code requires intervention and referral services. Every school in our district has an INRS, we call it INRS, Intervention and Referral Services team. And that team provides assessment, intervention, and supports to kids who are struggling. We have schools in the district that are providing positive behavior supports. And then as a state, we use a connected action roadmap, which is kind of a system for school improvement. So New Jersey wanted to build on the experiences of New Jerseyans. So we have our own New Jersey model. Okay, so the components of the New Jersey tiered system of support, high quality learning environments, universal screening, database decision-making, collaborative problem-solving teams. A lot of our schools are using INRS teams to do that, progress monitoring and professional development. The three broader systemic pieces is the school culture and climate, district and school leadership, and the family and community engagement. The supposition is with the climate, the leadership, and the engagement, that establishes the foundation for all the other things to happen in our schools. There's also some research that Department of Ed gathered as they were putting this model together, looking at how to improve achievement. I think we, like all of you have heard us talk ad nauseum about the earlier the intervention, the better it is for children, you know, how reading really is an issue if kids aren't getting services early. You know, reading by third grade is really important. And there's been some research about math interventions if they're getting tier 2 or tier 3 services, which are the more intense and the most intense services when you're looking at interventions. And then there's also New Jersey data. Tony Saporito does a violence and vandalism report. There have been some links to that conduct and providing interventions at this level. So this is the graphic that the New Jersey Department of Education created to give you a visual of the New Jersey tiered system of support. You'll see the outside triangle that has the leadership, the engagement, and the climate are the foundational pieces. And then inside that triangle, the different colors are the tiers. The broadest is tier 1, the smaller is tier 2, the smallest is tier 3. And you'll see that in each tier, there are things that are happening. Tier 1 is more broad, universal screening for children, high quality learning environment. It gets more intense and the duration and the frequency increase as the tiers change. So in tier 2, you're gonna have smaller groups and more targeted interventions. And in tier 3, you're gonna have really intense interventions because you're getting to a point where students are not achieving in the way that you hope they would, and you're trying to deliver as much support as possible to get them to where we'd like them to be. So you heard me say earlier that intervention and referral services is happening in every school in the district. So it is kind of the smallest component of the tiered system of support. School-based teams that are providing services. RTI kind of expands that because it includes the screening. We don't really do universal screening as a part of INRS. We conduct universal screening in the district. It's not necessarily linked to INRS. The database decisions, all broader RTI, although our INRS teams are using data to look at students and how well they're doing and how successful they are. And then the broadest is NTSS, looking at the leadership, the community engagement, and the culture. So again, we're required to implement INRS. So this graphic just shows how we can implement some of the INRS requirements using the tiered system of support. universal screening, links to identifying behaviors, things that are regulated in our New Jersey Department of Education code, looking at problem solving teams. We have to develop action plans as a part of INRS. So any student who's receiving services through INRS is an action plan. Professional development is a requirement for INRS. Effective school leadership and staff development for NTSS, and then reviewing and assessing the action plans. You know, we talk about progress monitoring a lot on the special education side of the house. We don't talk about it as much on the gen ed side, but it's a good way for us to start to use that language, you know, in both areas of our education system. So where we are this year, so every school in Cherry Hill has an INRS team, and they meet consistently, and their goal is to try and, you know, identify kids that need services and provide supports. So all schools are implementing some components of NJTSS, because as you can see, INRS is kind of the nucleus, and then it goes out broader. So to an extent, everyone's doing that, but we're looking to create that systemically. Some schools in the district are implementing positive behavior supports in schools. The middle school has really taken the lead this year in training, and they've trained their staff on the new New Jersey model, and are working with their teams to roll that out in the fall. We're going to be training our admin collectively this summer. We have admin sessions all summer, and that'll be one of our sessions in July. And then every school, as part of the goals this year, had to include an implementation plan for next academic year. So starting in September. So for 24, 25, and I would even say 25, 26, because I think, you know, listen, we started talking about this in 2014 and now it's 2024. So it only took 10 years to get here, not in Cherry Hill and the state. You know, it might take us more than a year to get to full systemic implementation. So in 24, 25, 25, 26, we'll be looking at just consistency. You know, we talk about that all the time. We're a big district, consistency is key. The Department of Ed has an implementation like plan that every district can use, and they recommend a leadership team. And I think that probably is the best way to go if you want to have consistent implementation across all the schools in the district. And then that would include assessing strengths and needs in all the schools, looking at data district-wide, developing action plans for the schools to implement. And we're kind of ahead of the game in that, and then evaluating implementation. So we implemented Hipstervention this year. Like, you as board members are familiar with Hipster for our HIB platform. They have other modules. One of them is Hipstervention, which we can use. We can create INRS plans in there, and we can also create multi-tiered system of support plans. It's a national platform, so it's going to be called an MTSS plan as opposed to an NJTSS plan. But we can create those in Hipster and have one central database to collect our information. And then this graphic just kind of shows where we want to go. And I actually printed a bigger one for myself because I can't see that. So if you look at tier one, it's going towards the PLCs, which, as you know, at the elementary level, that's the most consistent, I think, way that we are implementing TLCs. And they are looking at data at TLCs and looking at instruction. But the next box looks at collaborative data meeting, and that loops in some of our central office staff. So that could be a special ed supervisor. It could be a curriculum supervisor. That's not something that we're doing systemically. It's really interesting. We here at Central need to figure out what that would look like. But I think it's exciting that that's a possibility for us, because then you're really connecting what's happening in central office to what's happening in the schools. Then you would go to tier two and you would look at some progress monitoring, like how are the kids doing with their interventions? Are they making progress? And then you decide, do you continue it? Do you fade it? Or do you make it more intense? And then you're moving on to tier three, and those are going to be the kids that need the most intense services. And that kind of takes the work of the INRS team and moves some of it to school staff and the INRS team can then focus on the neediest students and how to really plan and problem solve to support them. Because our numbers in intervention and referral services are pretty significant. So this kind of protocol would be an interesting way for us to move forward. And we have some work to do, but I think it could be very exciting. I will not be with you when that happens, but it will still be exciting. And then from INRS, there could be a lot of different ways to go. The child may need a personalized plan. You may have to refer to child study, or the interventions may be working and just continue them. The movement going from where we are to NJTSS is really looking at, how can we support the child? How do we change our system? How do we change instruction, as opposed to the old fashioned way of thinking, like, what's wrong with this child? So it's really a shift in the way that we're thinking and processing and planning for kids who may be in need of some supports. That's the last slide, Dr. Martin.
Thank you, Mrs.
Weird, right?
Not a good night for my microphone. Thank you, Mrs. Wethington.
You might as well.
So do board members have questions about the information we've just received? Mr. Mayor.
Two quick ones. One, biggest challenges that you see in implementation for implementation. And second will be what sort of board supports, what can we do as a board to support the initiatives and help you address challenges you might foresee?
I think one of the biggest challenges is just going to be training. Like, we have so many training requirements, and, I think we're going to be in a better place this year because we've revised our calendar, and that'll be helpful. But just getting the training accomplished and getting people in a routine, I think is going to be, just one of the biggest issues. And then we just have to help people reframe how we're looking at the issue. As far as board support goes, I think we have your support in the changing of the calendar. Like, that's a huge, huge lift. And given that additional time to teachers is going to be really critical. And we've been working with LMC to kind of lay that out and figure out how we can map out those supports. So I think that's a critical part of moving forward.
Yeah, if I can just interject for a second as well. I think part of the other component of this is we move from a microscopic view to more of a macro view, and we are addressing the location, the culture, the climate, the leadership, the engagement level of families as well, that a child is being educated in, rather than just focusing on the specific supports that the child needs in and of themselves. So we started that process this year. That's why we've linked with the New Jersey School Climate Improvement Platform. That's a lot of the work that the LMC has been working through. That's the survey process where we, surveyed the community and begin to identify strands that we can address. And, teams develop strategic plans. We need to implement those plans and see results so that the school climate and cultures that exist are positive. The other phase of that is that we're working with our leadership as well to build leadership capacity in terms of supporting students and creating effective schools, and family and community. It's around community relations also, which was all encapsulated within our board goals. So it's a comprehensive global macro view of looking at supporting individual children. Bless you.
I'm raising my hand to Mr. Mayor. Thank you, the last one. Other board members have questions. Mrs. Wethington, right now I don't see any of their hands, so I'm just going to ask my question. How would you see this interwoven into our district goals, which we are now moving into goal planning season?
I think we're probably in a great place with the building starting with their implementation plans. I think the next thing the most important thing to me would be the leadership team. That's going to be the group that helps us deliver the vision that Dr. Morton was talking about. And that's going to be critical to our consistency, so that every school is doing a version of it in a way that makes sense for them, but is still consistent district wide. And that's also going to be, I think, a critical component of getting some of our central supervisory staff access to get in, not access because they have access, but the time and the bandwidth to get into buildings and work with staff. You know, we have 19 schools and we don't have 19 supervisors. We have 4 curriculum supervisors and 3 special ed supervisors, 3 and 3. So, you know, that's going to be a part of it, determining what the most critical need is, how do we want to deploy them, you know, what does that look like when they get there, what's the best way to use their time and their knowledge, and then they're going to get information back from staff, so that impacts then how we're moving forward with curriculum in the district.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other board members have questions? Mrs. Sherfain?
Do we keep data on the number of students that move from receiving the services into individual plans, or from like INRS moving into maybe a higher need, a higher?
So right now, all of our plans are INRS plans, so they may, and we don't necessarily tier them across the board. So a student may come in, LaQuoya may come in, and I'm doing, I'm struggling with math fluency, and I'm in INRS and I'm making progress, and that could be it. But the next year I might be in a different grade and the content is getting harder and I may struggle again. And then I may need more intense services as the academic year continues. So it's not necessarily from one to the other. With the tiered system of support, it would be a tier 1 plan, a tier 2 plan, and a tier 3 plan.
Okay.
Other board members have any other questions? We've been talking about this for a few years. It's very exciting.
Very exciting.
I just think like the tier 2 kids are, you know, to me, the kids who need tier 2 interventions are the kids who probably with just a little bit of extra sometimes it can make it can go a long way, right? They can get to that other place. And I mean, I think that our staff, our teachers do a ton of that within the classroom. I think it's exciting to have a broader and more comprehensive macro mechanism or getting in that direction to do that, I guess, more consistently. And I think a lot of parents end up feeling lost. I've been in that situation, right? My kid who probably is not really doing great with that extra support, but it's not the high level of tier 3.
Yes.
So.
And we'll have consistent data. And I think that's going to be a tipping point, because we may get to a point where Dr. Morton may say to you, we need an interventionist. Like, we see what the need is, and this is the most common need across the district, and we need to be able to fill that gap.
Yeah, and I think some of the additional supports we've put in and we talk about putting in, or we've heard might be needed, like this may strengthen the reason why that's an appropriate resource that we need to allocate funds towards.
Yes, I
even though
agree.
we're in that kind of interim state. So. Okay, thank you so much.
I'm not finished. HIB, Dr. Morton.
Third and final, this is an administrative report, right? Not a
So,
presentation.
On behalf of Ms. Carter, I'll be filling in for her today and just doing the HIB grades self-assessment update. This is definitely not new to board members and may not be new to community members. I think people are aware that we have HIB grades. I guess that goes to that communication audit. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is just a quick update. You may recall that the board approved the 22-23, because we're always a year behind in HIB grades. HIB grades are November 14th, so it wasn't too long ago. And when that happened, I just want to refresh your memory, because I forget things also. It's a requirement of the Anti-Bullying Rights Act. And again, we did it for the 22-23 academic year. Yep, next. So if If you remember, every school in the district has a school safety team, and along with the anti-bullying specialist in the building, they complete the self-assessment. There's a tool provided by Department of Education. We only use that tool. We may not alter it. We must use it the way it's been provided by Department of Ed. There are 26 indicators. The lowest score is a 0, the highest score is a 3. 2 means you meet criteria. So a 2 is a good number. And if you get a 2 across the board, you'd be at about a 52. The highest score you could get would be a 78. I want to remind you, this is not an assessment of how many HIBs you had, how many HIBs were affirmed, how many were not affirmed. It is only an assessment of are you or are you not implementing the law? That's it. It's not the quality of your investigations, not how great your ABS is. It's none of that. Just are you implementing? Yes or no? So schools meeting the requirement would get a 52. Every school in our district received a 52. I talked about it's not number equality. We do expect that scores are going to fluctuate, and I'll give you an example. One of the requirements is that you have a school safety team in each building, and there are required members and then preferred members. So if one year you were able to have a parent, a community member, and a law enforcement officer, and the next year you were not, your score is going to fluctuate because you get points depending on who you have on your team. So we submitted the scores in October, you approved them in November, and then Department of Ed reviews them. They affirm that they are accurate to their best knowledge, and then they assign us a district score as well. Now, we are required to post the HIB grades on our website and on every school website in the district, which we will do after this meeting. And just a reminder, these are the grades that we submitted and were subsequently approved by Department of Ed. As you can see, everyone got above a 52. I think our lowest score might be a 59. Yes, 59. And our district grade is a 65. Do not ask me how they determine the district grade because I do not know. They do not tell us. You can stop sharing. So that was the last slide, just a quick update.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Save the shortest for last. Any board members have questions or comments?
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right, and now we move on to correspondence. Do any board members have any events or activities that they want to share that you attended? Mrs. Winters.
Well, it's been a busy 2 weeks. I did so many things. I went to the ARC Night of Nights on Thursday, May 30th. Dr. Morton was there with me. It's an arts and music celebration at Russell Knight Elementary School. So it was a combined art show, spring concert, and mural unveiling on the ARC front lawn. So the mural that was unveiled, there were pictures posted on social media. I think some people saw them. It was grant funded and all members of the ARC community contributed to the mural. So it was a school-wide project. My first grader was really excited to tell me what he painted. He painted a cloud. So, but it was really neat. And it really, the kids really felt ownership of it and pride in the art that they created. And it's now a focal point for the school building. I didn't realize how blank the wall was the mural was on until I saw it up there and how pretty it makes the school. So it was a really neat project. The other thing about it was that so many community members attended. It wasn't just school people, it was people from the neighborhood. I saw a lot of middle and high schoolers who had attended that elementary school come back and be part of it. So it was just a really neat night for the school. The instrumental and vocal music teachers and the visual art teachers all collaborated to make the night happen. So, and we had beautiful weather. So that was really cool. On Monday, June 3rd, I attended the alternative high school promotion ceremony along with Dr. Rude and Ms. Gallagher, who can't be here tonight. It was a really personal and moving ceremony. The way that it was done, that was that staff and faculty actually spoke about each individual student and what they've accomplished. So it gave a really personal note to the graduating seniors to see how far they've come and how proud everybody was of them and all the hopes and dreams they have for the future. it was just a beautiful ceremony. I can't say enough about it. After that, there was a tour of the current alternative high school facilities that was given to Dr. Rude, Miss Gallagher, Miss Niaz, and myself. And Ms. Sherfain attended on a different day because we can't violate the rule that 4 of us is the maximum that can be anywhere at any given time. But I'll just speak for our day. It was really cool to see the current alternative high school classrooms. They've done a lot of work in this building, painting murals and really personalizing the hallways. It's just a bright and beautiful space. And then to hear about how excited they are when they move over to East, to have the chance to plan what that space is going to look like and make it personal to themselves. It was just nice to get a closer look and maybe a more intimate look at what that program does for those students. Ms. Giordano and Ms. Mallory and Mr. Wisely came with us and answered all of our questions. So it was a really nice moment to connect with that program as it's in a moment of transition and to learn more about it. So that was a really cool day. On Wednesday, June 5th, I went to the LMC meeting. We talked about calendars again, hopefully maybe for the last time, because we've really done a lot of work on the calendars. As Ms. Wethington stated, we've done a lot of work talking about professional development opportunities for teachers going into the next academic year, because there are a lot of changes going on. And with those changes, you need to prepare people well so they feel confident and prepared to execute the things that we've got planned. So that was a big conversation in LMC. One other highlight I just want to hit was next year, LMC will have meetings by level. So there'll be meetings among preschool and elementary school staff. There'll be meetings among secondary staff, which is middle and high school, so that people can collaborate across the schools, which I think is, as we push for more consistency among our buildings and collaboration, I think there's a lot of different mechanisms in play where we're facilitating more collaboration time for people so that they're not only talking to the first grade teachers in their school building, but able to talk to first grade teachers across the district to see what they're doing, those kinds of ideas. And I just think it's great for us that we're all working together in that manner. LMC has been great in facilitating that. And then finally today, I got to go to the moving up ceremony for Rosa Middle School. I cried, which is no surprise to anybody who knows me on the board. I'm gonna have to bring a big box of tissues to East and West graduation on Friday, because I just find the moving up ceremonies just to be beautiful. I love to hear the kids speak about their experiences at the schools and what the schools meant to them. It's just such a beautiful moment to see what our kids have accomplished and celebrate them, and the connection and community that they have at each of their schools is really nice. Ms. Tong was there with me today at Rosa, so it was nice to be with her, and also to wish Mr. Guy well, as it was his last Rosa moving up. And there were some teachers who I know have been at Rosa for a long time who were also there. Mr. Farkas spoke to the assembled kids. He's moving on into retirement. So just a really nice moment for Rosa to celebrate where that community has been and where it's going in the future. And I think that's it. It was a big 2 weeks.
Thank you. It's a lot. Other board members have any events they've attended that they'd like to share about, activities? Mrs. Sherfain.
Mine is a lot shorter. So I really just wanted to say thank you to Miss Mallory and her team for accommodating my schedule changes. As much as I want to say it was because of the quantity, it was also because I couldn't make it that day. So thank you for accommodating that and giving me a really robust tour of the space. And I felt like I could really grasp what the students do here and what the hopes are for the space at East. And I look forward to being able to have that time to tour the area at East. So thank you.
Yeah, I guess that was any other board members want to talk about events? Mrs. Tong and then Mr. Mayor.
I was at the 2 graduation today. One was Rosa that Miss Gina talked about, and the other was back. At the back, I guess I'll just explain on the back. Rosa, Miss Gina will cover. The back, there was Dr. Morton, I believe was there, yes. And there's other, am I on? I'm sorry. Dr. Morton was on and other administrators. The kids are well behaved, and the speech was phenomenal. I'm very happy they're going to the high school, East or West, I'm not sure, or alternative high school, I don't know, but it's one of the 3. And I wish them the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
So this will be short as well. I had an opportunity to attend the retirement tea for retirees last week. Teaching staff and support staff, just an opportunity on behalf of all of you. I did say some words just to thank them, wish them well on what's next. Thank them for what they've done for the students as we're in graduation week right now. That the successes that each of the students at each of the levels are going to achieve are thanks in just huge measure to the professionalism and the effort that the teachers and support staff have given them. So it was great to be there for just a handful of minutes to thank them. Hopefully, as we continue to do the work we're doing to support teachers, whether it's through enhanced opportunities for professional development and other wellness programs and things that we can do to do more than just say we care about teacher wellness and teacher staff and retention, that maybe there won't be retirement teas in the future because nobody will want to retire. We're not quite there yet, but it was a really nice event, and great to see them off, and hope that whatever their next adventure is equally as fulfilling, though in different and probably somewhat less stressful environments. That was it.
Okay. So I had the great pleasure of attending the Carusi graduation this morning. I mean, it's the best part of being on the board is for the most part, is going to graduations and seeing, the culmination of, and the excitement of, kids moving on, recognizing their successes and being recognized for them and moving on to the next step. So it's neat. I mean, this is my 4th year on the board, so I've been seeing some of these kids when I've been going to events over these years. And so now it's like, it's cool to just see them and how they've changed. And some of the kids that, just seen over the years, it was neat. It's lovely to see all these kids getting recognized and, successes, their awards, the kids who speak. I mean, they're so eloquent. These kids are so amazing. It blows me away every time. And then it was Dr. Birdie's last Carusi graduation. Dr. Benavides is on our agenda as well. And the plan is that this was the intention is that this today was her last Carusi graduation as well. And Patty McCalla, who is the Carusi secretary, is retiring. Speaking of retirees, and she was on stage and got recognized, which was lovely. Humble woman, but well loved. So it was a great day. The band, the one of the choral groups sang. The band played. So it just, I don't know. Teary. Like I really had to hold back on the tears. Friday's going to be a mess. Forget it. Just bring a box. So anyway, but that's that. So I think that's it for correspondence, unless anybody else has any that they want to share. Okay, great. We go on to now our first public comment. So our student reps, you get to be, this is the exciting part of our meeting, public comment. We get to hear from folks in the community. This is the one of 2 opportunities we have for public comment this evening. This public comment section is just for board action items 17 through 21 on our agenda. There is a second public comment period that will happen later at the end of our meeting, which would be for any topic related to our school district. Oh my gosh. We have a returning board rep. He just can't get enough. Our former board rep. Hi, Colin. I'm sorry. I just got distracted. I mean, Ava too. Ava's always lovely to see you too, but okay, back on track. If you are a student in the district, a current student, haven't graduated yet, and you want to make a public comment, you can comment on any topic at all related to our schools. Does not have to be on our action item, and you will get priority to speak first. If you are a student and you are online, we always ask that you kindly put an S after your name so that we know you're a student who would like to speak, and so we can call on you first. We always alternate between speakers who are here in the room and those who are online. And we ask that when you come to the microphone that you kindly identify yourself by stating your full name and your municipality, and if you're online, do the same. And you will get 3 minutes. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the community to comment on matters relevant to the operations of Cherry Hill Public Schools and the Board of Education. Under established federal law governing reasonable restrictions on speech in public forums, statements which demean individual community members or groups or which are irrelevant to the operations of the school district or are repetitive will not be permitted. Community members who would like to present information not relevant to the school district are always welcome to communicate directly to the district superintendent, board president, and all board members via email or other alternative means. And with that, we will start in the room. If there is a student and you'd like to speak, you're welcome to go to the microphone. If not, if there are any adults in the room who would like to speak, I don't see any student hands online, so we can always start with the adults if that's the case. Quite a few adult hands going up. Okay, so we'll start in the room. I don't see anybody in the room who's approaching the microphone. So we do have somebody. So if you'd like to please state your name, your municipality, and the action item that you are speaking on.
Okay, it's a same, okay. It's Rick Shore, Cherry Hill. Action item is the appointment of Ms. Staffen.
Can you state the item number, please?
I don't know the item number, but I just want to get to it. You know, when a quote goes this way, there will be these difficult conversations. When you hear something like that in a quote from Ms. Staffen, it's concerning. Because what it automatically means is it's something about race, color, sex, gender. So we're going to have someone in the district running all our curriculum who on May 15th, 2023, brought in radical pedagogy from University of Penn. Jennifer, I believe her name's Jennifer Whitetail, where they brought in this big power structure thing. And these are the kind of the evil things that our administrators are teaching all our teachers. It's this big power structure of race, sex, all this ridiculous stuff. And all this district wants to do is teach our teachers to compare race, to compare skin color, to teach them that. It's really, really sick. It is. It's a disgusting way to think that everything is based around race, skin color, gender, and this is what you constantly push into our teachers. It's disgusting. And now you have, I don't know, I know that Cherry Hill West, and she's the assistant principal there. Cherry Hill West is bringing in the NGEA, these trainers called Desiree, where she quotes right online, where she just says that there's all kinds of discrimination. There's all kinds of racism. I mean, you people just feed off racism and hate. And this is all you want to teach your teachers. It's just, it's bad. And it's going to continue.
Okay. And on the line, we have Jessica Fingerman. If you could please state your full name, your municipality, and the action item you're speaking on when the timer comes up.
Hi, Jessica, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. I want to voice my support for action item 19.2, my support for a yes vote for 19.2, the resolution to stabilize school budget aid grant. Like Mrs. Winters and Mrs. Tong, I was also at Rosa's graduation this morning, which was wonderful. And I also noted how many teachers we had who were retiring, and that doesn't include, of course, the staff that are moving on for other positions or for other careers. And so as a teacher myself, I'm very aware of the loss of staff that we've had across the country. It's not particular to Cherry Hill and it's not particular to New Jersey, but it is a very serious problem, and I'm concerned about it as a community member, I'm concerned about it as an educator, and I'm concerned about it as a parent. We've talked before about the increase in class sizes, and attracting and retaining quality staff is essential. And the way that we attract and retain personnel in any field is through benefits and through money. This is how any field works. And so by having this grant and by approving it, I believe that the district will be able to keep the best and brightest, attract the best and brightest, and that's what we need for our students. Our students need lower class sizes. Our staff needs lower class sizes. Education, as you know, you're not creating widgets. You are creating an experience, and that experience is vastly different with a class size of 36 versus a class size of 23. And by having qualified, good staff, which is what I believe passing 19.2 would help to do, would make Cherry Hill an attractive place to work. And I think that's very important for the community, and it's very important for our staff and for our students. So I hope that you will consider my comments, and I thank you so very much for all of your work. And it was a pleasure to see you, Mrs. Tong and Mrs. Winters, this morning.
Okay, and we go back to the room. And if you could please state your full name, your municipality, and the action item you're speaking on.
And Einhorn, Cherry Hill. So I'd like to comment. Thank you, Mr. Redfern, for giving me the correct identifying number 20.5. I'd like to congratulate Ms. Staffen on her appointment this evening. I've known Allison for more years than I would like to admit to. But I just like her, and I think she's a true asset to our school district. Thank you.
Okay, we go back to the line, and the phone number ends in 788. If you could please state your full name, your municipality, and the action item you're speaking on.
My name is Jeff Podowitz. I live in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, and this is about 19.2 resolution for stabilized school budget aid grant. Remember, that's because they cut our aid. Oh boy. Anyway, a couple of questions, not questions, but things that are a little bit confusing. ROTC program reinstated. That's $137,000. It was reinstated. I didn't think it was taken away in the first place. This seems that contingent on the $3 million, it was reinstated. I didn't get that idea when it was reinstated. We see that golf and bowling was it was fine. It's fine about that. Transportation is expensive, and that's what I got out of that. So people should read this. What's on this paper? Alternative high school moved positions reinstated. You removed 3 positions for a total of $270,000. I guess I wasn't listening closely. I didn't know the alternative high school was going to lose 3 positions. That's 5 or 10% of the total amount of teachers that probably are in that district. And I didn't know that that was contingent on the $3 million. Physical plant modifications for relocation of alternative high school program, $174,000. Okay. I didn't know that was contingent on the $3.1 million received either. I didn't know that had to be reinstated. It's $174,000. So I'm confused by that. Was it in the budget? Then it was put on this sheet, and the monies that were going to go to this, then are going to something else that we're we don't know about? That would be a question I have, because these things, as far as I know, they were never taken away, especially the movement of the alternative high school program. Go on. What I think you should take away is probably the reinstatement of purchase of interactive flat panels, $199,000. Maybe you could throw a bone to Cherry Hill West. Not throw a bone, but maybe with that extra money that was reinstated, maybe you could kind of keep the choral teacher there, and then I think that's it. But that's what I'm really concerned about. I mean, there are things there that I don't know, that really I don't think were contingent on this $3.1 million, which means they should have been in the budget anyway. So can you clarify that? Not what you will, because I got the impression that the ROTC program was never going to be eliminated, but this has reinstatement, reinstated 3 teachers from the alternative high school on the move. I didn't know they were being taken away in the first place, and the same with this modifications. I didn't know it was contingent on the 3.1. So explain it, and I would definitely try to vote no on 199, and maybe, like I said, maybe kind of use that money for something else,
Thank
and
you.
not whiteboards. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed the timer on that one. We go back to the room, and if there's anyone who would like to speak, please approach the podium. I don't see anybody at this moment. We'll go back to the line, and the name on the line is Jamie Marchese. If you can please state your full name and municipality. And the
Hello.
action item you're speaking on. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Jamie Marchese, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. I am speaking on agenda item 19.2. Good evening, Board of Ed and Dr. Morton. I believe most of you know that I fully support all of our educators, but tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the Zone PTA Executive Board, and we all fully support all of our educators. Teachers touch lives. They are a friend, a mentor, and a guide. They inspire, ignite, instill, and encourage. Recruiting and retaining the best of the best is imperative in today's competitive job market. Our district needs to be on a trajectory to improve the financial stability of new incoming staff while also addressing the retention of our current staff. This is why we encourage you to vote in favor of the resolution for stabilized school budget aid grant, which in part provides for the enhancement of the teaching staff salary guide. Our teachers deserve this, and our students deserve the best of the best educators. Thank you.
Okay. And we go back to the room. I don't see anybody at the podium. So we go back to the line, and it is another name from the past, recent past, Corinne Elmore Stratton. If you could please state your full name, your municipality, and the action item you're speaking on.
Sure. Corinne Elmore Stratton, Cherry Hill, 19.2. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Stern. Just want to offer again my support for 19.2 and also encourage the board to vote yes on that section. If this is after sitting through already almost 3 hours of your board meeting, I believe at least an hour of it was taken up by you all hearing that now's the time for us to be more responsive instead of consistently reactive. And voting for this, specifically the section that will assist in helping with the salary guides, it will also help us to be more responsive to the needs of the district right now, especially as we are, like other caller has mentioned, we are not unique than any other district that is currently battling retaining good educators, retaining good staff, and also recruiting good educators and good staff. Students aren't lining up at the doors to become educators right now, and they're not knocking down our doors to come work for us, but this is an opportunity for us to be responsive to that and to offer some further incentives and make our district look more marketable for us to get those high quality staff a part of our team. So I really encourage you 19.2 to vote yes on that. Also want to comment on, I believe it's 20.5, which referred to Mrs. Staffen. Congratulations. The haters are always going to hate. Keep continuing the great work that you're doing. Really excited, continually excited for you. And thank you for all of the work that you've done in the areas of DEI, as well as the work that you're doing on a daily basis as an educator and an administrator. So again, 19.2, please vote yes. We need it. It has to help us to become one of those districts that not only just has a good reputation by hearsay, but a good reputation with proven appreciation to the staff that are part of our team. They're over 80% of our budget, and they are the biggest asset that you guys will talk about is the staff that work here. So now's the time to respond appropriately while also finding a ways to value those that have put in the time after time, and will be here hopefully longer than some of you will be sitting in those seats. So thank you, and thanks for your time.
Okay. I'm the former HR chair. All right, I don't see anybody at the podium in the room, and I don't see any more hands online, so I'm going to close first public comment. And we move on to our work session. I'm going to ask Mrs. Winters to please give the extensive curriculum and instruction committee meeting report.
Thank you, Ms. Stern. I warned several board members that this is going to be kind of long. The meeting itself was probably the most intense CNI meeting I think I've ever been to. It was about an hour and a half long. The full presentation that I'm going to discuss is available online to everybody, members of the public. If you go to our website under Board of Education, board presentations under June, you will see the full presentation that the committee received with all the detailed information. There's absolutely no way that I could summarize that tonight. I'm going to try to really pare it down. But if you want all the detail work, it is in that presentation that's available to the public. So the CNI committee met, and the first thing we did was that Mr. Guy shared out the high school final exam schedule, which all high school parents had received. Once we went through that, we got to the main part of the meeting, which is that the CNI staff presented a curriculum overview for both math and ELA from grades K through 12. If you think that sounds like a lot, it was. The best part of it was that the room was packed. Over 20 teachers who were on the curriculum committees attended the meeting and helped present the information to the committee. So I really just want to commend the CNI staff as well as those teachers who took time out of their busy lives on a Monday night after they worked a full day to come explain the work that they've done to the CNI committee, because we do appreciate them, their perspective, and their expertise. So I'm going to start with math and then take a break for questions and then move on to ELA, because otherwise it's just too much information. So for math, the elementary committees had representation from all 12 elementary schools, and that included general education teachers, special education teachers, interventionists, and math coaches. In September, the Eureka Math Squared program, which, as you'll recall, was piloted at both Barton and Mann this year, will be implemented district-wide. So all 12 elementary schools will be implementing Eureka Math Squared this fall. One key benefit of the new program that was discussed is that it is more accessible for emerging readers and students who struggle with reading. One thing that we heard feedback from the former Eureka program was that some of it was really hard for kids to access. If they struggled with reading, they couldn't do the math. Eureka Squared took that feedback and made it much more accessible for those students, allowing them to be more successful. Information was given to the committee that the students who participated in the pilot at those two schools, Barton and Mann, greatly preferred Eureka Squared to the Eureka Math. And here's a key one: 100% of the teachers surveyed preferred Eureka Squared to Eureka Math. So the teachers are behind this change to the Eureka Squared program. The professional development on this program began in April and will continue into the fall. Additionally, we heard from the secondary math committees, which had representation from content area teachers, special education teachers, Title I teachers, and math coaches on how it aligns with the secondary program. So just so everybody understands sort of where we've been and where we're going, we talked about the NJSLA exam back in October and November. The Eureka Squared program we're implementing aligns with the new NJSLS standards, which is what they test on NJSLA. So the curriculum committees went back and revised our curriculum to meet the new state standards, and Eureka Math Squared aligns with those standards. So that's going to help our students achieve on those tests when they take them annually. But that's not the biggest reason to do it. We're doing it because it makes more sense for our kids. So before we get to the end of math, I just want to kind of give the big picture change for math this fall, because we spent pretty much all of last year talking about math achievement. I feel like I've incessantly spoken about math. Last year at budget time, we added our math coaches as well as an additional supervisor for math, so that we could really boost that, because we saw that that was an area that needed more focus and support. So just to give everybody the full scope of what's happening as of September 2024, so just a few months from now, Eureka Squared will be implemented in all elementary schools K-5, and Eureka Squared will continue in the middle schools and high schools through Algebra 1. So that means there's a seamless program of math now that's starting in kindergarten and going all the way through the middle level, 6, 7, and 8, and Algebra 1. That will all be Eureka Math Squared. So it's a consistent program all the way through. An additional change that's happening this coming September is the 7th grade math course will change to a combined 7th and 8th course. The goal of this is to prepare more students to take Algebra 1 in 8th grade. Students who are then taking the 8th grade math course in 8th grade will see the standards twice, which will better prepare them for Algebra 1 in 9th. The reason we're focusing on this area of these kids in 7th and 8th grade math heading towards Algebra 1 is because that was where we saw some concerning things on the NJSLA data. So because of that concern that was raised through CNI and through the board, that's why we're focusing on that. It was also in our district goals. If you recall last year when we did goals, I can't believe it was a year ago, we added the major milestones of achievement. One of them was around algebra readiness. So this change to the 7th grade math course is going to help our kids be more prepared for Algebra 1, whether they're taking it in 8th grade or in 9th grade. So it's to help focus them on that success. As you'll also recall, Algebra 1 and Geometry are the two common courses for all of our high schoolers. All high school students will have taken Algebra 1 and Geometry. After that, beginning in September, again, this is another thing we're implementing this coming September, they will have the option of the math pathways that we're executing at the high school level. So after all students take Algebra 1 and Geometry, they can then choose one of the math pathway courses. The initial courses being implemented are data science and quantitative reasoning. So that is just an amazing amount of change in a very short time. I really want to thank the administration and the curriculum and instruction office for pushing forward with all of this change and responsiveness to what we saw with math coming out of the pandemic. This was not a Cherry Hill problem. Math was a focus, I think, nationally, if you read any of the articles out of the pandemic. So we really spent a lot of time talking about what it means to look at our math curriculum, and the state standards changing gave us the platform to then take a look at everything and make it more systemic. It will also be more consistent all the way through. So I'm really hopeful that this is going to change things for our kids. I'm going to stop there because that was a lot, and ask board members, are there any questions on the changes to math that are being implemented this coming September? Ms. Stern.
How's this going to impact achievement?
How is this going to impact achievement? That's a really easy question. No,
I mean,
we're
talking about achievement, right?
I can't answer that as an expert because I'm not, right? I'm not an expert in education. I'm not somebody who pretends that that's what I studied and that's my area of expertise. I can tell you that my understanding is that the hope is that now that we're implementing Eureka Squared, which is better aligned with the new state standards, that it'll be consistent with the kids are learning in class. And you can see, if you look through the presentation, you can map the problems that the kids are going to be looking at and sample problems on the test and see how they're aligned. So the kids will be used to seeing questions the way the questions are asked on the test. But more important than the test is the understanding. I mean, I really think the test is such a small, tiny little piece. It's a diagnostic snapshot in time of what a kid did on a certain test on a certain day in school. But what we really want to know is, how are they learning math, right? So I think the problems with the former Eureka program, like I said, had to do with the fact that if you struggled with reading, some of the problems were really hard to understand. From what I understand, Eureka Squared will be more accessible to our kids who are English language learners and who struggle, and allow them to achieve. All the supports are there. The training is there. I really think the curriculum office did a fantastic job having the PD available for our teachers so they're ready to teach successfully in the fall. I think the 1-year pilot was wise. because it gave everybody a chance to take a look at the program and troubleshoot. And like I said, 100% of the teachers prefer the Eureka Squared program to the original Eureka program. So I think that's going to be great for our kids. I think the alignment of one solid curriculum from kindergarten all the way through Algebra 1, that consistency all the way through where it builds upon itself is going to be really helpful for our kids. And then I think once they get past geometry, having options to take math courses that are relevant and exciting to them, where they're motivated to learn, is going to help spark achievement. Because I mean, I think that for high school kids, if they've come all the way through and they get to that geometry point and they're thinking about what they want to be when they grow up, it aligns with our ideas where we look at the curriculum guide and we say, well, what are you interested in? If you're interested in business, these might be some classes you're taking. Next year, there'll be a business calculus course, right? So if I'm somebody who's taking intro to business maybe, and that's what's exciting me, then I can take business calculus and that aligns with my career goals. So I think that's a really interesting way for students who maybe would say in the past, like, well, I don't know why I have to take pre-calc. I don't see how this is going to help me in the future. Now they'll have options that are more accessible. And the detracking of it in the high school makes it so that math is more accessible to all. And that was a goal that a previous board set and a goal that I have myself, that kids, when they're in high school, that the higher level math courses are ready and available for them at the A and H levels for all students to achieve and feel that they're good and solid in math, because that's important, that our kids know that they can do it. The teachers believe in the curriculum, that they're supported and kids can achieve at those levels. And they've received the background information, kindergarten through geometry, so that they're ready to take classes at that level that interest them. So that's sort of a long answer to that question. Like I said, I am no way holding forth that I'm an expert on teaching math. That's why we have all the other experts in the room. But that is what I have gleaned from all the things that they've taught me. So if I missed anything, Dr. Morton, please fill it in and tell me what I got wrong or what I could say better in the future.
That was absolutely perfect. Great answer.
I'm learning slowly. Lifelong learner. Any other questions on math? Mr. Mayor?
I don't know if this question is just to touch on one of your last comments in talking about options that students will have, whether it's something they're more interested, whether it's a business calculus or data science. It sounds like these changes and Eureka Squared will do more than just align with what the state standards are, to give students that familiarity, but should also improve their confidence, right? And then that's a huge element. And whether it's math or it's ELA or it's a foreign language, the more confident a student is, the more that student is more likely to explore harder courses in the future, to explore possibly even a career. They won't be afraid of it. They won't be afraid of seeing the word geometry. So if these new programs and the supports can help to improve students' confidence in math, I see that as yet another launching pad for their own willingness to continue to pursue these courses and the curriculum and the articulation, the options that they now have going into high school are outstanding. So as far as it aligning with the goals, aligning with what we saw, this was an area that we needed to help the students improve it. We saw this as an issue, and it's being addressed. It will take some time to see, exactly how, we might need to change this in the future to make it work exactly as we want. But it sounds fantastic, and thank you and the committee and the staff, and curriculum staff that has put all this together.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think it's about building that foundation and then opening up opportunities. Because I think if you look back to the original presentations that were given even before I was on the board, it became clear that the way that we were doing math in high school, really, the tracks were much more rigid, and there wasn't a way for students to jump across pathways and access different things and try new things. And so I think the greater flexibility and the less rigidity, based on that foundation, that they've received that confidence because they've had that consistent program, kindergarten through Algebra 1 and then into geometry, the common pathway, and then branching off. I think it'll allow all students to access math in the high school in a meaningful way and feel good about the courses that they're taking, that they're relevant and that they can achieve in those courses. And that's really the goal. And to your point, I don't think we're going to see, I don't think it's like we're going to snap a finger on September 1st. Everything's going to change. I think like with every implementation, it will take time. But I think that all the building blocks are there for this to be successful. And I'm really confident that it will be. Other board members with questions? Ms. Sherfain.
I'm not sure that you would know the answer to this, but do you know what type of guidance the middle school students get on choosing a pathway for high school?
So in middle school, all kids are taking the common courses still. So with the differentiation that happens in middle school. So I think I had sent you that presentation that I got as a 6th grade parent, just because I thought it was really useful. Shout out to Christy Blendetto. She's not here, but please tell her. I received a presentation over the weekend, I guess, as a 6th grade parent that talked about middle school algebra. And I actually thought it was a really great way of explaining it. So I sent it out to board members only in small groups, only as we're allowed to see it, because it really was relevant to what we were talking about tonight. So all 6th graders take 6th grade math. In 7th grade, there used to be a few different math courses, but now it's changed over the years. And now there will be some 7th graders, a very small cohort who will take Algebra 1 in 7th grade. And the vast majority of 7th graders will take the brand new 7th, 8th combined course next year. Following that in 8th grade, the kids who took algebra will take geometry as 8th graders. Again, that's the very smallest cohort. And then some 8th graders will take algebra 1 as 8th graders, and some will take 8th grade math. Those 8th grade students taking 8th grade math, they're going to receive a double dose of some of those standards because they've already seen them in 7th grade, which will prepare them for success in high school. Once they get to high school, that's really when they come into the math pathway courses, and their teachers will talk to them about what courses are available and accessible. But as you saw in the presentation I was able to send you, even in middle school, that foundation is being laid because 6th grade parents are getting information about what the pathways look like going forward for kids so they can begin to plan and ask questions. I mean, I think this fall, being the first year of data science and quantitative reasoning, it'll be small cohorts of kids taking those classes because they're new. And algebra 2 and pre-calculus sound more like what we're used to. So I'm sure a lot of kids will pick that because that sounds more familiar. But I'm hoping that as we do this year over year, and also as every year we'll add more courses to the pathway systems and we'll grow, we'll have bigger cohorts of kids taking those alternative options. And you can switch among them. If you took algebra 2, but instead of pre-calculus, you want to take data science, you can, which is a really neat feature that we didn't have before. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. Other questions from board members? Ms. Tong.
Thank you, Ms. Gina. I want to find out, what you just talked about, is the pathways or the information is on the website. So if I were to look at it with my students in the future, or other parents looking with their students, which I don't have any more left to go on.
You've got a graduating senior, Ms. Tong. You don't need to worry about it.
No, but I would like to find out about the parents of the futures. How do they look at, like what you talk about? How can they differentiate what is the best for the children and what math pathway they take? Is that on the website for them when they go for classes? I guess the outlines in there.
That is an excellent question. Dr. Morton, do you know the answer to, as a parent? So the information is on the board presentation, but if I'm a parent looking for that information, where would I find it?
This is a course of study guide booklet that's available online. There's a separate section that has that information. Guidance counselors also work with students to provide, the personalized, individualized approach as students, to articulate what they may be interested or what career pathway or field of study they're interested in for college and beyond. So they'll work through that process, but parents can view all of the courses we offer, including the pathways, via the course of study booklet.
Would that be like course study book when you mentioned that? Is that also when the parents go help the student fill out the whatever course they're taking? Is that something you will tell the parent where to look for? I think that's important. Where to look for that information?
Yes, we do. So we typically will hold the course of study night, typically at the middle schools, but around that time, the updated or revised course of study booklet is posted as well in January-ish. But that booklet contains all of the courses that counselors use when they're advising their students.
Thank you for answering that. That's very helpful.
Just to add to that, we get notification from the principals, right? From the assistant when your student is in 8th grade, you go to the course of study night, and that's in addition to speaking to the teacher speaking to the children and recommending them. That's where that is guided. And we get to go to those as board members, actually. And then in high school, we get we get emails from our assistant principals, the parents do, of the assistant principals of your student, and there's links and information, and it's in Genesis. So it's like that mad rush to quick, let's look together at the high school course of study. And our students will have also had many of them with their guidance counselors, as you mentioned, with even sometimes their math teachers, and a lot of times they're friends, that's in the comprehensive way. That's one of the nice things, in my opinion, about students having more inclusive opportunities. When they're at a comprehensive high school, they have inclusive opportunities to hear what's going on. They hear from their friends, they coordinate with sometimes, with their interests. I mean, there's a lot of exposure that way to interests. So I get a little bit off topic, but I think there's a lot of opportunities, what I'm saying.
There is, but just to amplify Ms. Tong's point, I think the fact that, I'm a high school parent and I'm pretty involved, and I couldn't off the top of my head think about where a parent would get that information. I think it just points back again to the communications piece that we were talking about, where I think, as we're implementing all these things really rapidly, and I'm about to talk about ELA as well, it's just a lot of change for people, and thinking about, places that we can put things that people can find them quickly and without frustration, and ways that we can communicate complex things in a manner that people can understand. I think the graphics that were in the presentation sent to 6th grade families were really good. And I sent them to board members because they were easy to understand. They were very visual. And one of the things that communications audit talked about was infographics. So I think in the future, as we're thinking about complex changes that are new to people in the district, and how do we communicate those out, it's the simplest question. How does a parent find out? And you pointed to a few ways, Ms. Stern, but I think it's also reimagining that, so people have a central place they can go. Because the course of study book is like this big, and where do I go to find out about the new math courses is a good question. So thank you, Ms. Tong. Any other questions about math before I move on to ELA, which is actually harder, but more fun? Okay. So that is the math change. So if you're playing along, you'll understand that beginning in September, all 12 elementary schools will have Eureka Squared. We move on to ELA, and you're going to see that there's more change coming for all of our students, but it's all good change. So we're ready for it. New state standards for ELA were released in October 2023. So that was not that long ago, because that's how the state does things. And immediately after that, in November, we convened our curriculum committees for ELA. They evaluated several different options for ELA curricula, and the consensus, with all members ranking it as a first or second choice, is Amplify CKLA. So that's the choice they made. If you want more information about how that decision was made or the other options, that's all in the full deep dive presentation on the website. So Amplify CKLA was the strongest curriculum evaluated that will allow all K-5 students to meet the new standards. It is based in the science of reading, which, if you're somebody like me who trolls the internet for articles about education, you know that science of reading is a hot topic. It's a buzzword that people talk about. How do we actually teach our children reading? It also has a full phonics component up to grade 5, which is something the district was looking for. There is a focus on handwriting, writing mechanics, writing structure, and writing processes, which is really important for our kids. Handwriting is a topic that's come up multiple times. And writing mechanics since the pandemic. There's been a concern among parents. I don't personally see it with my first grader, but I know there's been a concern out there. I think there's variation and variability on how much we're using Chromebooks, how much kids are writing. So this will provide consistency among all 12 elementary schools, a consistent writing program, which I think will be really cool, with an emphasis on those mechanics. One thing we liked about it was there were units on informational text, including science and social studies topics. The reason I'm highlighting that is because when the CNI supervisors came to CNI back in the fall, one of the things they highlighted we needed to work on as a district was informational texts for kids. So this curriculum answers that question. Kids will be able to look at informational texts that are based in science and social studies at a young age and learn how to read and understand and analyze those texts. It improves comprehension of those kinds of texts, but also increases background knowledge for when students encounter the information in their science and social studies. So in the content areas. So let's say I get exposure to a unit on light and sound in ELA and I'm making this up, don't hold me to this, in a younger grade, and then I see it in a science curriculum in an older grade, I'll already have had exposure to that. So it builds that background information piece. For kids around who are taking standardized tests who don't have exposure to different things in history, in arts, in science, sometimes they'll encounter a piece and they're not really sure about the subject matter that they're supposed to be reading about. So let's say I don't have background information or knowledge on ancient Egypt, and I encounter a text about that on a test that I'm taking. I may not understand all the things that go into that bucket of understanding that piece. So the informational texts and the different topics that are discussed in this curriculum will help our kids learn the background information. So they read something else or encounter it, they'll better be able to understand it. Another big piece is that all K-5 students in all the elementary schools will have access to Boost Reading, which is a tier 2 intervention program. So it all comes back around. We were just talking about tiers, is a tier 2 intervention program to help improve outcomes for all learners, including multilingual learners. So that's something the committee asked about. How does this curriculum work with our special education students, our multilingual learners? And there were really great answers for that from the curriculum staff, from the teachers. And again, I just want to emphasize again the consistency among the elementary schools and collaboration among teachers when we have the same program running in all 12 elementary schools, K-5. One example that was given by the teachers was the opportunity for PD across grade levels. So let's say all of our second grade teachers are teaching, they're all teaching the same units now, maybe not at the same time, but all the same units and not in the same way, right? Because teachers are different and they're going to have that flexibility to teach things to their classrooms, but they'll also be having the same basis for it. You could have professional development across, let's say, all the second grade teachers, because there'll be consistency there and collaboration among the schools, which I think is really neat and something we didn't have before. So the PD for this program is going to begin in the summer for teachers. And another thing the committee asked about is there will be PD for parents as well, because we talked about, or I talked about, one of the things I raised was that I was a parent of an elementary student when the original Eureka curriculum was implemented, and I found it really hard to understand the new curriculum and how it's supposed to help my kid with their homework. So one thing that the CNI staff, which is doing, is phenomenal, is there's going to be outreach to parents about what these changes are and how to understand them so that parents understand what their kids are learning and how to help their kids. So I think that's a really neat piece. The committee asked a ton of questions, as you could imagine. Some of them, board members were included in the questions that we receive answers to on Mondays. Most of them were my annoying questions. But some of the questions were around ELL students in special education. I asked some questions about books and other materials for the classrooms. I was told that we're ordering books for classrooms. Books were ordered last year. More books are coming this year. So that's a really important piece because I want our kids to have breadth and depth of the reading materials as they work through this stuff. And then a key question for the committee, I think, was, is it too much to implement both math and ELA this September? Are we is this going to be overwhelming for our teachers? And the response we got back from the teachers was, we are so excited about this, which I think for me as the chair of the committee and for the committee members was really reassuring. One of the teachers commented, this is the most excited I've been about teaching since the pandemic. And that to me answered all my questions because the teachers were really involved in this process. They were part of the conversation. They were included. They were in making the choice. This is their choice. They see the benefits and assets, and they're excited about teaching it. So for me, that answered all those questions. I don't doubt that this is going to be a lot of change at once and a big lift, but I think our teachers or the teachers who came, the 20 teachers who were in the room with me, were super positive about it. And there's a detailed plan coming out of CNI for how they're going to do the PD for both math and ELA. They've got it down. There's a detailed schedule. So I have all confidence this is going to go wonderfully for our kids. I think, these are things we've been talking about for a long time. And I think it's time for a change. Big change can be scary, but also good. And I don't want to slight the secondary ELA because I see, but the changes, as I understand it, those standards were also updated for our curriculum, but the changes there weren't as significant as they are for elementary. So that's why I really wanted to focus on elementary. So I know that's a lot. Board members, any questions? Ms. Stern.
So just as another member of the committee, just some comments. We talk a lot with Dr. Morton at the helm about vision and being comprehensive and intentional. And, I think about, we talked about, this is a big meeting tonight, right? We had the communication survey, which in the survey, one of the things that came out is how like this teachers specifically and the staff specifically expressed concern that we're riding on our coattails as a district and we're not doing enough to really invigorate and update our teaching practices and our, so, again, we're not boots on the ground. So we get information this way. And the information says to me, when we heard the teacher say, I'm so excited, because that was our biggest worry in reading this huge presentation is like, oh my gosh, like this is so much to ask. It's such a heavy lift and it's a short time because it's a mandatory change. We don't have the 1-year pilot opportunity with ELA. This is now, do it for September. So for me, hearing like, no, actually, this is like exciting and is like, for, is responding to the concern that we haven't been updating, we haven't been staying current with best practices. The fact that this is, we have so many ELL students and families who, some of our greatest challenges, some of our schools that have families who transfer in the middle of the year or in the middle of the kids' education in terms of the K through 12, like knowing that they're going to be exposed to all these other contextual pieces that are really important. When you're a non-native speaker and you didn't grow up here and you don't have those cultural references, or your education emphasized other things, or, you came from another state and learned that, I just think that's really phenomenal. And I think, the other thing that came out of the communications audit was, and we hear this all the time, this concern that we're not allocating resources properly to our schools where students are struggling more. And we've asked as a board for years, what are we doing to impact math, especially in some of our schools that are struggling more? And this is the response. This is specific, concrete, data-driven, very detailed, way more detail than I think it's easy to tackle, which is why it was an enormous amount of reading to get through this presentation. Very helpful. There's in the presentation, for anyone who wants to look, there's a specific link that I specifically wanted to click on, and it's every grade level, starting in, third grade, I should say, all the way through 12th, about content specific accommodations and modifications for our ELL students, for our students at risk of school failure, for our gifted and talented, for our special education, like all these tabs about specific interventions that our teachers are using. Now there's a really clear way to specifically, spell them out for us to see. And I think for any teachers who may not know or may be newer to, differentiating, this is a comprehensive way to differentiate instruction, which is going to help our students who struggle. We asked for years, how are we helping those kids? How are we ensuring? And now what you talked about with the teachers from all 12 elementaries, doesn't matter what elementary those kids are in, their teachers are talking to other teachers, and there's the level of consistency and I think problem solving, resource sharing, idea sharing. It's just, there's so, to me, like what seemed on the surface of looking at the presentation initially felt like, oh my God, this is so much. How are we going to do this? How are we going to have time for PD? All of that. It's just really like, I left the committee with a completely different feeling, and it was fantastic to have so many staff there. I was so sad that we didn't have a single community member, which we can't expect community members to necessarily be able to come to CNI in any committee meetings, but it was a shame because it was so dense. And as long as the discussion is tonight, as much information, it was an hour and a half. So it was exciting. So hopefully we've conveyed I think you've done an amazing job of conveying it. I just wanted to share my, the pieces that really stood out for me. And again, kind of how they're synergistic with other other pieces that we're working on to really move things forward.
Thank you. Any other board members have questions about all of this wonderful things, amazing things that are happening? Okay. Well, I just want to again thank all the teachers who were on the curriculum committees. I think that the representation from all the schools, as well as special education, as well as the Title I teachers, the math coaches, I mean, all these things, the literacy coaches, I'm sure I'll forget somebody, but it was really clear that it was a diverse group of people who had different perspectives. And I think that made the decision making so much more robust. And I'm really excited to see what comes next. As soon as the parent nights are planned, I will start talking about that nonstop for families, because I think that's another important piece as we talk about communication out, that parents know what's going on, what the changes are, because I think it's just a really exciting moment for the district, especially at all levels, but the elementary level I think is going to look really different. And having, like I said, having a first grader myself, I'm really excited to see it going forward. So thank you to everybody. And thank you especially, sorry, to the members of the CNI committee. Dr. Root is not here, Ms. Niaz and Ms. Stern. A lot was asked of you in a short weekend. So thank you for doing all the reading. I appreciate it and giving me all the help.
Great. Thank you so much. We move on to Mr. Greenbaum, Business and Facilities. Could you please give the report?
Thank you. So as far as the BNF committee meeting, I'll keep this short. We spent most of our time discussing stabilized state aid grant and proposed appropriations and recommendations for the food service RFP. Both of these will be discussed in more detail during our action agenda this evening under agenda items 19.x. So I will defer any further details until then, but we will have a brief discussion then on these items. I'm going to spend most of my time here doing an update on bond and capital project construction. I have about 4 pages worth of updates, so I'm going to skip a little bit here for the sake of time and hit some of the highlights, but I'll go through these quickly, and if any board members have questions, feel free to ask and I'll do my best to respond. High School East Stadium, all punch list items are done. We're just waiting for closeout documents. Site work at Malberg is all done, just waiting for closeout documents. The current phase of construction at Stockton and Lewis. All that's left is coordinating replacement of the front step here. There's some minor cracks that appeared, so they're looking to redo that portion. There's some punch list items that should be completed by July 3rd, and expecting a change order in the amount of $110,000 credit. So always excited when we underrun. At Thomas Paine and Bret Hart, right now they're confirming the final punch list schedule for that site work. There is an electrical transformer, some work going on at Paine once the school year ends, so June 19th through July 3rd, and punch list items expected to be completed by mid-July. So a lot of work wrapping up. New site work at Woodcrest and Lewis. A PO has been issued for equipment and surfacing at Woodcrest. We're using the same contractor that did similar work at Stockton and Lewis, including paving and pipe work. We're happy with the work they did then. So optimistic that good work will continue. Something to mention, there may be construction going on at Lewis for a board meeting on June 25th. If that's the case, we'll likely just use the side entrance, which is fully accessible and will still likely be in this room. We also had a representative from TTI come out. That's our asbestos consultant for the district. This summer, we have multiple abatement projects going on, and they came to speak about the processes, the assurances that they give, and timelines for this work. We have a lot of crews doing a lot of abatement work, These include the High School East Boiler Room in mid-July. And that should be done by the beginning of August. Kingston has some abatement work that should be done by the end of June. The Beck Library rear offices, end of June. The dance studio at High School East, sometime over the summer. That date hasn't been determined yet. And at Carusi, the Everything Everywhere. Extensive work starting this summer, and a letter is expected to be posted this week at the entrances as is required. We talked a little bit about the state standards for removal of asbestos. We have a directive not to perform abatement while students are in session. And this includes relocation of staff and summer programs as when possible. The only summer program going on while any of this work is done will be at High School East, and that abatement work will be contained to the boiler room there. Some of those programs include SAT prep, sports team and enrichment programs, and families will be kept informed, multiple air sample monitoring on site every day, and that work's not being done anywhere near where the students will be. All precautions are being taken. Let's talk briefly about APRs. This is one of the most visible projects that we're seeing everywhere, and in no particular order. At Barton, the construction of the access road has been completed. This is a temporary access road that allows construction vehicles to access the site when it gets wet and they can't get vehicles back there. The footings are being poured this week for the APR. And that access road was successful. So that's going to be repeated at another one of our sites that has the same concerns. At Johnson, erection of structural steel was completed. The painting of the steel started last week. Remaining footings have been completed. Kingston is the furthest along. This is where you're seeing what actually looks like an APR. Concrete block walls are about 90% complete. Structural steel's been painted. That's the part that you're going to see on the inside. Touch-ups and ceiling conduit are still pending. Russell Knight, that's the second furthest along. Steel erection and painting is done. Concrete block walls about halfway done. At Mann and Sharp, there's no new work in the past month, but progress is still continuing. At Mann, the structural steel is expected to be delivered the week of June 20th. And then we'll see about 2 weeks of steel erection. So at Mann, you're about to see a lot of work happening there and that coming together. And at Sharp, that's the school where they need to build an access road to deal with wet conditions again, so they can get the construction vehicles there. And they're just going to follow the same example they did at Barton. This one's a little bit longer, so they did the shorter one first to make sure it would work. Just overall summary of the APRs. We have a contract allowance of $400,000. We still have $317,000 remaining. We've had no change orders issued to date, and the most unknowns had to do with the soil conditions, and we've gotten past that point. This summer, we're going to start seeing some interior work, and access to APRs will be done at 4 of the 6 locations. APR estimated completion. This is one of the most frequent questions. The first of them should be done maybe mid-fall. Other buildings 4 to 6 weeks after that. They're going to be serially one after the other. Some remaining site work during the summer of 2025, and then restoring the site and planting grass in the appropriate season, which can be April and May of 2025. So seeing some real progress and can actually see the light at the end of the tunnel here. And more than halfway through, so we'll keep going. At Carusi, there's been some talk about TCUs, temporary classroom units. These are the trailers coming out for temporary classrooms while work is done. They need to be in place this time next year. We've got 3 interested vendors. We plan to go with the best and final offer in the fall of 2024, and students will be in these trailers starting in about 15 months, so fall of 2025. As far as the actual construction goes, the phase 1 construction schedule has been drafted. 4 of the 7 storage containers should have arrived by now. So if you're a student or parent at Carusi, you may have seen giant containers getting dropped off. Garrison and our construction firms will be meeting with the affected teachers to individualize their moves. There'll be no heavy equipment on the job site until school is out. There's no benefit to starting early and having extra disruptions. And there's planned outreach to our new principal at Carusi to ensure a cooperative process. And the same will happen at our other schools that have new administrators as well. Okay, it's a very long list. I'm going to skip a couple of these. Early childhood additions. This is our preschool expansion through ROD grants. Making great progress on the design work, including floor elevations, ramps, stairs, or in many cases, the absence thereof, doing what we can to minimize the need for any more stairs than there need to be and focus on accessibility. These 3 projects are being done as one lump sum contract, including the additions at Kilmer and Melberg, as well as the new bathrooms at Melberg. And expected availability for students. Again, this is informal, but a rough estimate, fall of 2026, with the bathrooms at Melberg possibly fall of 2025. It's a smaller project. Critical HVAC projects moving along well. It started at Barton, they're at Stockton now. These all have to be completed by the start of the next school year so that we have heat. All equipment is in hand for all 11 schools we're doing this at. And we have a lot of second shift work leading up to the start of summer in order to get all these done. We've got some site work going on at West coming up. We received a $71,000 local recreation grant that is being applied towards this project to improve the budget. We were one of the few school districts to apply and get awarded this grant, as mostly municipalities that applied. So we were fortunate to get that. And that work's planned for summer of 2025. And I think that's it for the major things. There's some other items. If anyone has any specific questions, I'm happy to address them, but I'm going to cut it off there, because that is more than enough. If there are any questions about bond and capital project construction work? All right. Well, seeing none, I'm going to move on to 12.6, acceptance of donations. I always like to share these. We have a donation from Nicole and Matthew Schwartz to be used at Beck for Project Invent Club trip to New York City. Beck PTA to be used for the 2024-2025 field trips. The Mark Homan Foundation to be used for photography equipment at High School West. There's an anonymous donation to be used for financially needy families with middle school meal debt at Beck, Rosa, and Carusi. And Sustainable Jersey to be used for a sustainable library at Rosa. And I think that will wrap up BNF. All right, thank you.
Thank you for all those exciting updates. Okay, we're going to move on to our human resources agenda and committee report, which, as usual, there's not a whole lot I can say in public because it's mostly confidential information. However, I do want to talk about the job description that we are being asked to approve on our agenda tonight, and that is the job description of an administrative intern. So this is a position that has previously existed in our district. It's been some years before we've had this, since we've had this, and we actually have several administrators in our district who, when we did have this position, were in that role and went on to become administrators. So it's exactly what it sounds like, administrative intern. So it's a certificated teacher who it's a pathway for them if we agree to this and we end up having these positions, it's a pathway to have current teachers in our district be able to gain experience as administrators by being in an intern role, and then hopefully kind of use the term grow our own administrators. There's a history and kind of a saying in Cherry Hill that you have to leave in order to advance, so to speak, to be able to become an administrator. And we're really trying to kind of impact that and shift that and give more opportunity internally, which is also really important when you're hiring and retaining staff, that people see a pathway forward for advancement if they're interested in that. The nice thing about this position is it's, in the simplest of terms, kind of non-committal. You know, if someone's in the position for a year, and then they gain the experience, they want to continue on, a job opens up, they can, you know, apply for administrative job and potentially have that. And then we have, you know, opportunity for a new intern. If we have budgetary constraints and we decide we don't have the budget to continue this position, then we can drop it off the position control roster in any subsequent years. And whoever the teacher was, who in that intern role can go back to teaching, and they don't, you know, it doesn't impact that. So I just think it offers a lot of opportunity. It's coming from Dr. Morton, who has asked that we add this as yet another enhancement to some of the important changes we're making to provide opportunity. So it's probably the most I've talked about in any topic in human resources ever. So we had some other discussions about recruitment, about other employee relations, you know, stuff that, you know, obviously is confidential, but very much talked about. Mrs. Winters, you have a question or comment?
Wanted to add something about the administrative intern position, if that's okay. Just that the other piece of it that I wanted to bring out is that it also provides an opportunity to provide administrative support to administrators in schools. So it's sort of a win-win-win for the district. A teacher who wants administrative experience gets it, but a school who may need another set of hands will also get that as well. So I just wanted to say that that was another reason that was brought out and why I support the position, adding it.
Thank you. Mrs. Sherfain.
Another point about that too, and correct me if my memory is wrong, but we discussed that that teacher's former position would be, for lack of a better word, occupied by a long-term sub, correct? In the meantime?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Great. Thank you both for adding that in from our meeting. Yeah. Since it's late, I'll add this one more minute. I have shared with a couple of board members in talking to someone who I have known for a long time who works in the district. Well, just started working in the district in the past year, about some of the challenges they're experiencing in their school and their observation. You know, one of the factors was, you know, things like not having enough teachers, which we're trying to remedy partly in our BNF agenda tonight with our budget changes. So, you know, and how do you recruit and hire? And then what happens to the principal in that school who has to find coverage for those classes? Or if it's an elementary school, coverage for recess, if you don't have enough, you know, staff, teachers to cover positions, you have substitutes who are, you know, kind of variable sometimes. So, you know, having, you know, and as this person was telling me, and I'm thinking, yeah, it's coming, help is coming. Cause, you know, we did talk about, you know, some of the schools that need more help and more support that, you know, and this person works in one of those schools, and I'm thinking, I think help is coming. There's a lot of things we're doing. So, you know, it was nice to feel like, you know, people come to us with, you know, they express the challenges, the struggles, and there's a lot of times where we don't necessarily know, okay, well, there's a fix coming, you know, or we have an answer for that. But in that conversation with the staff person, you know, listening to some of the things they were talking about, it, you know, in my head, I'm like, yeah, there's this coming and there's that, you know, there's all these things I can see that are coming down the line that I'm hoping would make a big difference. So small change, but big difference. So anyway, it's just a job description. That's all we're doing tonight. But anyway, and that's it for HR. Any other questions or comments? Great. We move on to policy and legislation. If you could give the report, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. So we had an interesting and big meeting last week. No surprise. Go over the short things first. There were no first readings. There were no second readings. But there was extensive discussion about the introduction on how to address cell phone use in the schools. First discussion was whether we should or would be more appropriate to revise existing policy in order to achieve the goals, or whether it would be wiser to have a brand new clean policy and then take a look at related policies to ensure consistency and revision. And we thank Mr. Green was with us last week. We went through that discussion and all agreed that the best course of action would be to introduce a brand new policy and then to look at existing related policies to ensure consistency and also ensure that there's no conflict between any of those. So we have on for first reading tonight what will be the brand new Board of Education policy on student use of wireless communication devices. I was going to read the entire policy into the record, but it will be available on the agenda. I will not do that because it's a little later than I had expected it to be, but it's tremendously important. This policy exists now, and we're discussing it because the teachers asked for the board's help. NJEA, thank you to Mr. Redfern for administering a survey of the teaching staff. And they came, the survey results were not surprising, but they were also very, very consistent. Teachers want our help. Cell phones in the classroom during instruction periods are a distraction. They are creating problems. They are making it more difficult for our students to learn. So achievement is suffering because of that. So the teachers asked for our help. There is existing policy which addresses the use of cell phones in class, but frankly, the policy really has not been followed with the type of consistency it needs to be. Introduction of a brand new policy, not just the teachers asked us to do, but also the students asked us to do. The students also, a wide majority of students recognize that they are distracted by cell phones, that they want to be able to focus on the instruction. They want to focus on their teachers. They want to engage with teachers. So for all of those reasons, for first reading is this new student use of wireless communication devices. I will not read the entire policy. I will simply paraphrase that it applies not just to cell phones, but to smartwatches, all wireless communication devices that are capable of accessing data through a wireless network. We are not asking or requiring students to leave their cell phones at home. Students who have cell phones, smartwatches, will still have them. They will take them to school with them. We're not requiring that they be placed in, about a month ago, 2 months ago, the board was piloting use of sleeves to prevent the use of cell phones for periods of time. We've decided that we're not going to do that. We trust our students. We trust that they have the maturity and that they have parents at home that are helping them learn these rules, to not use them when they are not supposed to use them. And simply the policy will require that during periods of instruction, while a student is in class and a teacher is delivering instruction, that they are not texting on their phone. They are not using their phone. They can have their phones with them. Well, they have to be in silent mode, turned upside down, put in a backpack somewhere where they're not immediately accessible, but they have their phones. They can use their phones during class transitions from class to class. They can use their phones during co-curricular activities such as band practices, sports, as long as they're not actively, throwing a lacrosse ball around, because that might be a problem as well. So co-curricular activities, it's not covered. That's really going to be up to the particular staff member in charge, assuming that there's no safety concern. So, but I will read into the record so that it is very clear. The use of wireless communication devices. Students are prohibited from using wireless communication devices during instructional periods. Students may use wireless communication devices during lunch, unless the principal of that school elects to prohibit such use during lunch, during recess, between classes, while on the school bus, or during co-curricular activities, provided it's approved by the co-curricular supervisor and does not create a safety hazard. Pursuant to policy 5516, which is one of those related policies that we are going to address to make sure that it is consistent, students are prohibited from recording audio or video at all times, including when they're otherwise permitted to use their communication devices. So basically, all that really means is while there are still going to be permitted uses of cell phones, you still cannot use them for an otherwise impermissible use, such as recording. Students who need to use apps on their cell phones to monitor health concerns will be absolutely permitted to do that. Nothing changes there. And specifically, nothing in the policy will prohibit a student from using a wireless communication device for a purpose documented in a classified student's individualized education plan or a plan developed under 504 of 29 USC 794. A student may use a wireless communication device to monitor or address health condition, which shall be with prior permission of the school nurse and documented in the student's individual health plan, just like any other delivery of a health-related concern or need that a student would have. And we recognize that's important, and we want to ensure that while we are trying to focus on the delivery of education, student attention in the classroom, to improve achievement and student outcomes academically, that students that need to use their cell phones or other wireless communication devices to monitor health concern are able to do that without exception. Discipline is going to be along the code of conduct, along with anything else. We recognize that even though this really isn't a huge change, but the enforcement of this is going to feel different, that it will take some time. It will take an educational effort. It will take a communication effort. At this point, primarily delivery of that communication to the student populations and to parents so that they understand this is coming. It will be, assuming it is approved by the board at second reading in 2 weeks, up and running for the fall. So when students come into class next year, this will be in full force and effect. But we recognize that because it is going to be, because violations will be treated as violations, which really they're not these days, that it's going to take some time in order for the culture to change. We're going to help that with education, with signage, with notices on all on the website, with notices everywhere where a parent is going to see, so that they recognize it's coming. They can talk to their students about it. So we will. And if there are any needs for technical revisions between now and 2 weeks, just like with any other policy up for first reading, we will do that, and we'll have it up for second reading 2 weeks from today. There was a public comment, and that public comment actually did address what I just spoke about, that there would be a need to ensure that the student populations at all the schools recognize this change going in, because we don't want to overburden, because we know that there are probably going to be violations early on. So we want to try and make sure that the students understand what's coming, and the staff certainly understands what's coming because they've asked for it. So we'll ensure that that's done and it's done appropriately. That was the bulk of what we talked about in P&L. We also discussed the calendars again to ensure consistencies going through 24, 25, 25, 26, and 26, 27. We're not going to go into details today. We're not voting on those. We also went back to LMC to ensure that all of the proper dates were accounted for, including professional development and service days, and that they were placed in the calendars in a way that made the most sense for the teaching staff as well, so that they knew that when they were there, their focus would be where it needs to be in order for them to achieve the highest value to the training that they receive for professional development. Are there any board member questions? Seeing none, I will briefly pass the microphone back to Mrs. Stern.
Thank you. Very exciting. More to come. All right, back to Mr. Mayor, who is subbing in for Dr. Rude for a strategic planning update. If you could kindly give us the committee report.
I will, and I will, in being kind, I will be very short because the communications audit update really was the bulk of what we talked about as well. And since we just had an excellent presentation from the auditors, an opportunity for board members to ask questions, I don't know that there's much need to go into any more detail other than to say, again, the full 81 page or 84 page report is excellent. Goes into tremendous amount of detail. I know, most, if not all of you have already read through that and have been impressed with it. If it has not already been posted, it will be available to the public, for the community. And we did that specifically to address, one of the complaints that we do hear, that there isn't enough transparency from time to time, though ironically, one of the observations was that there's too much, that we kind of oversupply, and we get it. Finding that balance is not going to be easy, but we now need to focus and try and do a better job. But we felt that because the detail was so important, that we wanted to have that out so the community could see that as well, and then follow along with the 6 recommendations that we have, that we're going to continue to work on, and we'll determine over the course of the coming months. Frankly, this is going to be probably the biggest issue that the Strategic Planning Committee is going to take up. So for those of you who have not attended our committee meetings, I would strongly encourage you to start showing up, because we are going to talk about the communications audit and how we can implement these recommendations, how we can adapt those recommendations to what we do here, what makes the most sense for our district, for our parents, and for our community. And address some of the main concerns that we've seen that were addressed, and that were frankly not huge surprises, but now we have a guide to go by. That was really the bulk of what we talked about, though there was one other important issue, an item, and that was getting back to we'll call it the GRIP 2 study, the demographic study that was recently done. A couple months ago, we had a presentation by Dr. Grip, who came in and talked about the growth of Cherry Hill and where the students currently are, where they are expected to be. And we know, again, more growth on the west side. It's coming. It's already here. And as part of that, during the course, again, over the next several months, the Strategic Planning Committee we'll be discussing updates and workflows that administration will be doing to take action on that demographic study. And what that really means is redistricting our elementary schools. And that, of course, that's a heavy lift. And it is not without precedent. Some of the precedent was not as smooth as we may have liked with middle school redistricting in particular, but the dynamics are different. Middle school was redistricted primarily as a result of a previous board's determination to sunset the Rosa Lottery, and that required an immediate need to do that. We now have a little more time, and we have data. We have more data. We have more information. We have more guidance to go by. Part of the work that will go into these decisions will be done by a working group, which will include stakeholders throughout this community. It will not just be administrative staff and teachers. It will also be community members. It will be concerned citizens, and it will be a wide sort of wide cut of our community. So we will be taking that on in strategic planning as well during the course of the next several months. One of the centerpieces of that new plan will be bringing this building back online as an elementary school, which it previously was. And this is the west side. This is where the growth currently is and is projected to be in the coming years. This is where the need is. This is where the classroom space need is. And this building is already here. Needs work, but it needs a lot less work than building a brand new elementary school. And unless things change drastically, we don't expect the state to be handing out too much money for districts like ours to do that. So likely this would be by far the most efficient, the quickest, and the least expensive way to bring significant classroom space to the west side to service our elementary school students. With that said, I will simply mention that there was also one public commenter, a well-known member and former board member, simply said that he felt that what he heard about the redistricting plan and the committee that will handle that plan was on the right path. It will take a lot of work to keep it there and to move it along as quickly as it needs to. But I know, I speak, I think, for all of us to say we're committed to getting this right and look forward to helping to do that. Are there any questions about those not trivial items?
I have one, Mr. Mayor.
Mrs. Stern.
Is this a definitive decision about what were the thoughts on this building, or is this a consideration?
It is we'll call it a strong consideration. I'll pass it over to Dr. Morton if he wants to. Dr. Morton, if you want to add any additional comments to that strong consideration.
Very strong consideration. Yes, absolutely. I think we're going to need to think wisely about alleviating some of the overcrowding that we're already seeing and that we project to have continuing. So having a facility that already has a past history of having served as an elementary school makes sense to very strongly consider.
Any other board member question? Mrs. Tong.
I just had a question regarding the enrollment. You said the high enrollment for elementary school, but how about Cooper? The enrollment is still strong or what? I wasn't here in the last meeting when Dr. Grips was here.
So I don't have the enrollment data in front of me for all of the elementary schools. So I'm sorry. Oh, well, aside from that, it's in the committee report.
No, I'm sorry.
Right. So the demographic report that Dr. Grip did lists out all of the elementary schools, the current enrollment, and then goes on from there to also address the likely changes and growth and on the west side.
Oh, okay. Oh, at one point, I remember maybe a couple of years back, I was told that Cooper was very low in enrollment. So I was wondering, I don't have the data in front of me, but I was just look into the data of Cooper's regarding the enrollment, because at one point I think we were thinking about maybe closing down Cooper because of the low enrollment. That was years ago. Maybe in the very beginning, when I was on the board, I heard that was on one of the meetings or one of the discussions.
Yeah, that is not a current discussion that we're having at all. Ms. Weathington, Dr. Mahan, you guys are handling sectioning. That's not
Definitely
reality.
not. Well, Mrs. Tong, every neighborhood turns over, right? So maybe 10 years ago, we were having the Cooper conversations. I do recall that, but not anymore. Cooper's tight. We
Okay,
will
thank
not
you.
be doing anything
Thank
at
you for
Cooper.
clearing that, but that was what I remember. So I just want
yeah,
to ask
we
that
did. You're
question.
right.
If we're gonna do the expansion in Lewis, but what about Cooper? So that was my question. Got that. Thank you.
Any other board member questions? Seeing none, we're done with strategic planning.
Thank you. We'll move on to our action agenda, and I'm going to move 17. So the superintendent recommends, and I move the following: approval of resolutions, educational services for the 2024-2025 school year. 17.1 Gloucester County Special Services School District. And actually, that's it. So Do I have a second? Mrs. Sherfain, are there any questions on this item? Any board members have anything they want to know? Okay. Mrs. Sugars, can you please open the voting?
The voting is open. Board members, you may cast your votes.
I didn't get it, so I'm gonna vote yes.
We have a unanimous yes vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Winters, can you please move the CNI agenda?
Certainly, the superintendent recommends and I move the following: 18.1, approval of attendance at conference and workshops for the 23-24 school year. 18.2, approval of attendance at conference and workshops for the 24-25 school year. And 18.3, approval of agreements for the 24-25 school year. Care Solace. Do I have a second? Ms. Stern, are there any questions on the CNI agenda? Seeing no questions, Ms. Sugars, please call the vote. Members, you may cast your votes.
Okay, I'm gonna say yes to 18, all of them. Thank you.
Have a unanimous yes vote.
Mr. Greenbaum, can you please move the business and facilities agenda?
Certainly, but before we do that, we finally got some momentum. I'm going to slow things down a little bit so we can have a brief discussion about 19.2, resolution for stabilized school budget aid grant. Tonight, we're going to be voting on the proposed allocations for this grant. I'm going to ask Mrs. Sugars to bring up, I believe you have some slides to talk about what we're going to be doing with this, and then we'll have a brief discussion and move forward.
So as we have been learning in the past month that we would be receiving additional aid in the form of stabilized school budget aid, we learned that we were going to be getting back 45% of our equalization aid cut. So our cut was about $6.9 million, and we had $3.1 million in aid that was restored. With this came notice from the state that they would be monitoring how these funds were spent. My assumption is that that will probably be through our annual audit process. Also, we needed to seek approval from the county office before we made any modifications to our budget, which we were able to do last week and receive our approvals this morning for the proposed items that we have slated for spending our funds. So as we're making decisions about how to spend our funds, keeping in mind that we knew that the state was going to be monitoring this, we kind of divided our costs up into 4 different buckets. One being items that were cut from the original budget requests that we had intended to restore. That equated to about $487,000. Teacher salary guide enhancement, and that equates to about $1.5 million. Enrollment, as we've been talking about enrollment, particularly at the elementary level, and adding some additional positions to accommodate that. That's $480,000, and then some non-recurring costs, because I do believe when the state looks at these types of items, they want to see that we are investing some of our money in items that would not be recurring costs and that would benefit us moving forward. And so we have about $600,000 in that category. And that makes up our $3.1 million that we are proposing this evening to modify our budget. So if we look a little bit closer at some of these things and see some of the breakdown, the ROTC program, which had been cut due to enrollment and then reinstated, we have about $137,000 to reinstate that program. Also, we had cut the golf and bowling at the golf at the high school level bowling at the middle school and high school level, and the cost to reinstate those programs is about $80,000. And the bulk of that, a lot of that comes from the transportation costs for that program, for those programs. And then also in the movement of the alternative high school from Lewis to East, we had cut some positions. There was a few that we decided we wanted to reinstate, and that equates to about $270,000. So those items make up the items that we talked about that were cuts from the original budget that we would want to reinstate. Then I'm going to let Dr. Morton jump in here. We also talked about making changes to our salary guide. We need to be competitive. We need to be keeping pace with area school districts. And so we did have some figures that we had collected from some area districts to see sort of where their starting salaries are landing compared to where ours is. And if you take a look at this, you can see that we are behind and that we need to make up some ground. So I'll let Dr. Morton speak about that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Sugars. Yes, we're significantly behind other districts. So what's happening is that you have associations and neighboring townships who are settling contracts, and they are moving their starting salaries considerably when you compare where we are to them. So for instance, if you take a look at Cherry Hill compared to Audubon, the next one over, step 9 for Cherry Hill, our current salary guide is $55,745. That's 9 years. That it would let that absorb and resonate just a bit, but it would take 9 years to get to that place of $55,745. Step 12 for us, if you take a look further down at Cinnaminson, for instance, step 12 for us currently is 61,648. So 12 years, there isn't significant movement. What we've seen is that we've seen an imbalance of our PCR document as it relates to teachers. We have about 69% of our staff, certificated staff, at steps 14 through steps 18. We max at step 18 because we began to catch up at steps 14, 15, 16. So our salary guide rewards longevity, but without question, we're at a place where clearly not only are we not able to attract staff at the earlier stages, we're losing staff members. We're losing very good staff members. So in order for us to maintain some modicum of competitiveness, this has to be addressed. Aside from that, I think, the current staff that we have, I think, it's not arguable that they provide the foundation of support for our children, and they are the primary resource in helping our children to succeed and to prosper and to do well. We need to reward good people, and we have good people. So very important for us.
That we had indicated we would be making changes is with enrollment, and currently the funding would accommodate 4 additional positions at the elementary level, and that would be salaries and benefits for those positions. And then finally, non-recurring costs, which would be more equipment, some curriculum materials, some software, and these items would be one-time costs that would not recur in the future, because I think the state's going to be looking for, if we are on a path where we're going to be losing state aid, and I don't have a crystal ball, I wish I did, we have to start thinking about ways to accommodate that. So the first portion of this is physical changes that will be made at East High School to accommodate the move of the alternative high school program. Also includes additional funding for the ELA update, and the interactive flat panels that we had cut out of the budget, we would be putting back in, and also some software for the elementary school. So that would be the total of our non-recurring costs that we would invest in with this funding. And so this is the resolution that's on the agenda this evening, started with the original budget from 24-25 that we have already approved at our public hearing on April 30th, adding in the additional state aid revenues and then our revised budget, not affecting the tax levy. Tax levy will be remaining the same as it did at our public hearing budget. Unspent funds that for whatever reason we may not spend of the 3.1 million will go to general fund surplus and will be part of our excess surplus calculation. So what this means is that anything that falls into the excess surplus pot needs to be appropriated in the following budget year. So if there's any funds that we don't spend out of the 3.1 million, that will be used as excess surplus and need to be appropriated in our 25-26 budget.
Okay, thank you very much. I had a couple questions and then I will open up the floor to other board members. Dr. Morton, thank you very much for that explanation of the enhancements to the pay scale. Just to reiterate, both new hires and existing staff will see those increases, assuming this passes, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. And to a lesser degree on the higher levels of the pay scale, there will likely be some smaller bumps there as well.
It will be, yes. As I mentioned, it's important that we infuse our entire guide with additional revenue support.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much. And the other question I had, 2/3 of these funds are proposed to be allocated for enhancing the pay scale and for adding additional sections at the elementary school level. Can you talk for a moment about the benefits of adding these additional sections, how they relate to class size and reducing forced enrollments?
Absolutely. So as it relates to elementary sections, I think just in terms of enrollment in and of itself, and Ms. Weathington or Dr. Mahan, you can speak to this as well. Our enrollments are just up, so there's a raw need for 2 additional teachers because enrollment numbers are up. We've heard sentiments from parents over the years about bumping to another school. So what the ladies do is they actually look at the number of growth spots that are available or the number of seats that are available within a school building and within a grade. Based upon doing the work over time and based upon trends, you can make some predictive analysis about where potentially additional sections may be needed. Now we could budget tight and say we're not going to allocate for additional sections, but we run into a situation where we'll be forced to bump kids. By adding a buffer of the 2 additional sections gives us an opportunity to proactively infuse, where needed, grade levels at specific schools where we're seeing that there aren't enough growth spots. What that does is residual effect is that it tends to lower class size as well in some instances, so it's positive, I think, all around. And, I think we've heard quite a bit about being proactive as opposed to being reactive. And it's our attempt to do so.
Thank you very much. And I think most of us would agree these expenditures, particularly these 2 we're talking about, are ways that very directly positively impact our students and our staff. So I thank you for that explanation. And with that, I will open the floor to any questions or comments from other board members. Yes, Mrs. Trefane.
Not a question, but I just want to make sure I put it on public record. I've said it at least 3 times by now. Well, I guess something new too. I think it's a no-brainer that I probably wouldn't want to stay in a district that's paying me significantly less than neighboring districts, especially if I had that much skin in the game. So I think it's a no-brainer that we need to invest in our teachers. Absolutely. That being said, I think we also, and I've said this before, I know we're having a lot of conversations through BNF and even through committees that are kind of unrelated, but through like HR, that we're having discussions about the future and where we can really be strategic in, what we're doing with our budget and with, programs and stuff, because we really need to focus in my opinion, we really need to focus on how we're going to reduce the burden on all of the taxpayers going forward, because clearly we can't rely on the state. Thankfully, they came through 45% of the way this year, but that's just my 2 cents, that I really hope over the, the next year plus, that we're really focusing hard on where we can be strategic with what we're doing to try to reduce some of the burden on the taxpayers.
Yes, definitely agreed. I think that process has already begun. As we've gone through high school sectioning, for instance, we had initially projected that we use section position savings. We use those to fund some of the things that appear now on the stabilized aid budget. But if we use the stabilized aid stream, then that frees up the additional FTEs if they aren't filled, and that does provide us with somewhat of a buffer as well, and savings essentially. So that's the intention. We'll continue to do that as we move forward.
Mrs. Stern.
So I just wanted to ask it because I'm realizing this is on our agenda as well and came up in committee. If you could just talk a little bit about 19.4, the food service management company that we're voting on tonight.
Sure, and I'm going to redirect that question to Mrs. Sugars. Are you able to, can you provide a brief explanation of just kind of the rigid process and criteria imposed by the state for the selection process, and maybe talk about the benefits of moving to a cost reimbursable contract?
Sure.
Thank you.
So we have been under what's called a fixed price contract for the past 4 years. We were 4 years ago, we were told that that's the direction all districts were going to have to move in. And as good soldiers, we volunteered to work with the state to implement that model. And it never came to fruition that other districts, when the pandemic hit, and I guess, it just never came to fruition that other districts had to move to that model. And the reason that model is a problem, particularly in this post-pandemic environment, is the fact that they're locked into a price per meal. So depending upon the number of meals that are served, that's the cost for the program. So when you have increases in your food and you have increases in your staffing and increases in shipping and increases in paper products and all those kinds of things, they have no flexibility to change that price per meal. The other problem is that as we have received a lot of supply chain money that had come from the state that was supposed to help districts with some of the supply chain issues, we were not permitted to use it for those purposes. So it's been very frustrating to be under that model, under a cost reimbursable model. I think it gives us more freedom. It gives us more flexibility. If there's an increase in the cost of food, we can have a conversation that says, we're going to pay the extra amount to continue to offer this level of food, or we're not going to, and we're going to find an alternative. So it'll give us a lot more flexibility to look at the types of things we're offering, the quality of what we're offering, how we're staffing things. And so, just regardless of what happened with who the successful company was, the fact that we're getting out from under that cost model will be a great benefit to the district. The process that we have to use is very regulated by the Department of Agriculture, Division of Child Nutrition. It's a very prescribed process. They are approving every step of the way as you move through the process. One of the things that I found a little bit frustrating was as we were evaluating the food service management proposals was that in the scoring rubric, they scored the company that had the least cost in their proposal. You had to score them the highest in terms of that. I find that frustrating because I don't think that that is necessarily indicative of the best program for your district, just if you're just going to base it on cost. But we received 4 proposals. We had 6 proposals were asked for. We received 4 proposals. We had a committee of 5 people that evaluated the proposals. I included the principals. The few times that I've done this process here, I've always included the principals because they're the ones that are living it on a day-to-day basis and dealing with concerns and issues and those kinds of things. So we had a principal from each level, and we also included our lead nurse in the process. So I feel like we had a well-rounded committee that acted very quickly, needed a little extra time to evaluate everything. We had hoped to do this back in May. But we are pleased with the results and looking forward to continuing our relationship with Aramark. I've asked them to come to our August BNF meeting so that they can share with us what their plans are, and how they are kind of envisioning under this new cost model proceeding in the new school year.
Thank you. And as a reminder to those that may recall, we had an audit finding that we had too much cash on hand for food service because we weren't permitted to spend it. So hopefully under this new cost model, we take that good problem to have and can actually use it. And thank you for mentioning inviting Aramark representatives to BNF in August. I look forward to talking about how we could leverage that flexibility and talk about nutrition and meal options and hopefully address some concerns that have been raised and have some better outcomes for our students. All right, are there any other comments or questions either about 19.2 for the stabilized budget or 19.4 for the food service RFP? Mrs. Winters.
So going back to 19.2, I just want to throw this out there that I went back through all the CNI stuff as I was looking at the curricula. And the one item that we talked about back in November, December, when things were coming through CNI, we prioritized what we thought we needed to add at each level, elementary, middle, and high school, to support the students. And the big recommendation that came out of CNI was adding basic skills teachers at the elementary level, because right now, only 7 of our 12 elementary schools have access to a basic skills teacher. And the idea was that we wanted to increase that so that all students in the district had access to a basic skills teacher. That recommendation sort of fell off the map when we realized that we were going to lose all that state aid. So there was a shock to the system. It was something I had hoped to bring forward. And at that time, we were focused on retaining what we had and not adding more. And I think that was the right choice then. But I just want to bring this back up now as we're talking about the supplemental aid, that I just want to keep it in the front of everybody's consciousness that let's say we're adding these 4 elementary positions and we don't end up meeting all 4 of them. And we won't know that right until the end of the summer because the sectioning process continues, kids continue to move into the district. If we have additional positions available, I just want to throw out there that I would be interested in revisiting whether we could add basic skills teachers at the elementary level. I think with the end of the high impact tutoring program, which was extremely successful, and with all the changes at the elementary level, especially with reading and math, I'd like to see those teachers added for the support in the schools that don't currently have access to them. So I'm not saying that's a change I want to make right now tonight, but just to sort of just bring that back into the consciousness of the board, because that was something that we did talk about back in November, December. I was hoping to have it in the budget this year. It just didn't work out. But if there's a way that we can make that happen going into the fall, I'd like to discuss it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, just quick follow-up on 19.2, Mr. Winters. I agree. I think that's a valuable it's a valuable conversation and for us to continue to have. Because if we are able to do that, if it's a possibility, then that's certainly a great way to provide additional student support for achievement. And ultimately, that's what we want for all of this. But just by way of comment, also, I just want to not forget to thank Mrs. Sugars, her team. Dr. Morton, your team, first of all, for addressing the budget shortfall and the first shock we got in a way that allowed us to be as careful with what we needed to do in order to be fiscally responsible for the district and for the taxpayers. We were in a position, fortunately, we did not have to, nor did we recommend the kind of tax increases that some local districts were forced to do, and also you were able to find ways to address that shortfall initially with an absolute minimum disruption to existing staff. So just thank you again for the work that you did back then. And then because that gave us the opportunity, gave you the opportunity to come to us with a recommendation, not just to restore a couple of programs that are important to our students. We know, they came here to talk about it, the ROTC program, and golf and bowling in particular, but also gives us an opportunity to do something for our teaching staff that is sorely needed. And when I saw the numbers, the comparison numbers initially, where we are, especially starting salaries and our initial steps to some of our neighboring districts, it was shocking. But it also spoke to what the heart of our student teacher or our teachers are, right? They are still here despite that. But it's a challenge that now you've given us an opportunity with this recommendation to address. And anything that we can do at this point to begin to correct that imbalance and to show more than just the words that we care, that we won't want to find ways to provide additional supports financially to make this district that much more attractive, and to make it more attractive for new teachers, for current teachers to stay and to retain, because all of that also helps our student achievement as well with staff stability. So, thank you for that. And of course, with that, certainly have my full support with these upcoming vote.
Okay, any other questions or comments before we move the agenda? All right, seeing none. Superintendent recommends, and I move the following. 19.1, approval of bill lists. 19.2, resolution for stabilized school budget aid grant. 19.3, resolution authorizing the completion of an application and receipt of a safety grant award. 19.4, appointment of food service management company. 19.5, resolution for the award of change orders. 19.6, acceptance of donations, and this one is from the New Jersey Principals and Supervisors Association to be used for staff wellness and reverse inclusion at Carusi. And I will interject that if you're wondering what reverse inclusion is, it's the process of placing non-disabled students in a self-contained classroom with students with disabilities for a period of time to foster collaboration and understanding. And do I have a second? Mrs. Stern. And I think we already addressed any questions. I'll give one more opportunity. Any questions? Seeing none, Mrs. Sugars, please open the voting.
Members, you may cast your votes.
The Sugars, I'll be recusing from 19.1 due to conflict of interest.
Ms. Sugar, I am going to say yes to all.
Other than Mrs. Niaz recusal on 19.1, we have a unanimous yes vote.
Okay. We move on to our human resources agenda. And I'm going to move the human resources agenda. Superintendent recommends, and I move the following. 20.1, termination of employment certificated. 20.2, termination of employment non-certificated. 20.3, appointments certificated. 20.4, appointments non-certificated. 20.5, assignment salary change certificated. 20.6, contract renewals, non-affiliated staff, 2024-2025 school year. 20.7, affiliation agreement. 20.8, ratification of the Cherry Hill Association of School Administrators Memorandum of Agreement. of agreement. 20.9, contract renewals, certificated. 20.10, other compensation, certificated. 20.11, other compensation, non-certificated, and 20.12, other motions. Do I have a second? Mrs. Winters, are there any board members who have any questions, or this is the time to ask about these options, even though we can't really say too much? No questions. Okay, Mrs. Sugars, please open the voting. Back to moving along.
Board members, you may cast your votes.
Mrs. Sugars, I'll be recusing myself from 20.2, 20.4, 20.5, and 20.8 due to conflict of interest.
Mr. Sugar, I'll say yes to all.
Other than Mrs. Nia's recusal on 20.2, 20.4, 20.5, and 20.8, we have a unanimous yes vote.
So we want to welcome Mrs. Staffen, who's sat here for 23 and a half hours of this meeting, to congratulate you. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Morton, who's much more equipped historically to do so than I am.
Absolutely. So I'd just like to point out that the board approved with that vote to appoint Allison Staffen as the Director of Curriculum for our district effective July 1st. Staffen has spent, should I say, 32 years serving in this district with passion and exuberance, 18 years as an assistant principal at High School West, 2 years now as a CNI supervisor for curriculum and instruction, and now she'll be transitioning over to the role of Director of Curriculum. Allison absolutely loves children. She loves children all through the recesses of her soul. We'll give Allison a minute, let's say.
I
to-
promise.
to
I'll
share
try not to
some
take more than
words.
that. Thank you so much. I want to say good morning. I really do. I feel like it's midnight. So good evening. And thank you so much to the Board of Education and to the Superintendency for your support in my taking on this new role. 32 years, and I've loved every one of them. It has been my joy and my pleasure to do the work that I do in the community that I do it. Really excited to continue to work with that incredible CNI department, my colleagues, my partners, my counterparts. We're an incredible team, and I'm just looking forward to moving Dr. Morton and the Board of Education's vision further. And thank you for all of your support and my family for supporting me through this career journey. So thank you all.
Very excited for the next 32 years. Congratulations. Now that I know who you are when I see you. It took me like 8 months to realize again and again. We move on to policy and legislation, and Mr. Mayor, could you please move the P&L agenda?
I could indeed. Superintendent recommends, and I move the following. Item 21.1, approval of harassment, intimidation, and bullying investigation decisions. And item 21.2 for first reading of the student use of wireless communication devices policy. Do I have a second? Mrs. Sherfain, are there any questions? Seeing none, Mrs. Sugars, would you please allow us to vote? Oh, I'm sorry,
That's okay. It's
Mrs.
my
Sugars, I
fault.
jumped the
Raised my
gun
hand
there.
A little too late. Can you give the date on that HIB?
These,
Mr. Mayor, they're from May 28th.
I'm sorry, what was that? May
28th.
28th. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mrs. Wethington.
Thank you for claiming that.
Any other questions? Now seeing none, Mrs. Sugars, you're up.
Mrs. Sugar, I'm going to abstain on that 21.2. Thank you.
Other than Mrs. Tong's abstention on 21.2, we have a unanimous yes vote.
Okay. And we do not have any items to vote on for strategic planning. So we move on to new business. Does anyone want to open up a new topic to talk about? Oh, Mrs. Tong. Mrs. Tong wants new business. Go for it.
I don't know if this new business, but I think we had talked about cursive writing. I come to my mind, there's a lot of new young kids today cannot do cursive writings. I was thinking about young kids can learn fast. I think and there's also study done that cursive writing is very good for the brain connections and the flows of how we do things. I can say articulate well, but what I'm trying to say that the study that I can pull it up quickly in 1 minute. Let me see if I can phrase that correctly. Okay, give me 1 second. All right, says there's a study done that shows that learning cursive not only improve retention and comprehension, it engaged the brain on a deep level as students learn to join letters in a continuous flow. It also enhanced the fine motor dexterity and give children a better of ideas of how words work in combination. And I think that is very important because I think that's how I learn writing, and also helps me as well. That while I'm growing up. So if I take my time, write the characters slow, it kind of like I'm not connecting the dots. So I find that very important that maybe we should reintroduce that to our students.
Yeah, good topic to bring to CNI. So Mrs. Winters,
Bring it back.
you have marching orders. Okay, great, thank you. Any other new business items? Okay, back to old business items. Anybody want to open up an old business item? I'm a little punchy, I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Mayor's not happy if I open up any old business items. Okay, we move on to second public comment. This is a time where any member of our community may speak on any school-related topic during the second public comment period. I don't necessarily see students in the room, but we do know there are students who always have the opportunity to speak first. And if you are a student and you are online, kindly raise your hand. I'm sorry, kindly put and you want to speak, kindly put an S after your name if you're a student. And we will give everybody 3 minutes to speak during public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the community to comment on matters relevant to the operations of Cherry Hill Public School District or within the authority of the Cherry Hill Board of Education. The board welcomes diverse opinions on relevant matters under established federal law governing reasonable restrictions on speech in public forums, statements which demean individual community members or groups, or which are I'm sorry, I can't go fast. I'm really trying, but at this time of night, I can't speak fast, which are irrelevant to the operations of the school district or are repetitious will not be permitted. Community members who would like to present information not relevant to the school district are always welcome to communicate directly to the district superintendent, board president, and all board members via email or other alternative means. And with that, we will start in the room and then we will switch to online. You will have 3 minutes. Please state your full name and municipality. Please feel free to approach the podium at this time. And when the timer starts, full name and municipality. Thank you.
Al Malin, Cherry Hill resident for several years. Good evening. Okay. I would like to say first that as an educator of 38 years, I appreciate the work that you guys are doing to help teachers out. Now to my problem. I put 5 kids through the Cherry Hill school systems, and I've been very happy with the great teachers and the mentors they have, especially one sitting right at the table right here, Dr. Morton. He's a special place in our heart in the Malin family. My grandson is an autistic student here in the district, at Malberg. He's in the preschool program. He will be moving on to the kindergarten next year. We thought it would be his neighborhood kindergarten, which would be Kingston, where his brother goes and his sister will go, since they have the autistic program there. Siblings are there. It just seems right. It seems right that he would go to the school right around the corner from his house with the program that he needed. Also, the additional medical problems that he have make Kingston the right answer for him. His father, my son, is a stay-at-home father. He takes him to school every day, takes his brother to school every day. He's not a stay-at-home father by choice. My son is a disabled veteran, is a hero. He's a disabled veteran that stays home every day to get his kids off to school. Kids going to various schools is impossible. Anybody here that has children knows how hard it is to get little kids up to go to school knows. And if they're going in all different directions, it's not great. He also doesn't need any additional stress in his life because my son is seeing things that none of us could ever imagine. I ask you to help him in this situation. If he could drop his kids off every day at the same school, boy, life would be simple. But the bigger, that's the thing I think about is I sit here at a board meeting and I hear so much about budget. Well, if my son could take his children to the school 2 blocks from his house, the tens of thousands of dollars that would be saved in taxpayers' money for transporting my grandson to a school on the other side of town, maybe we could get that basic skills teacher. Simple answer. I just ask you, just be compassionate and think what's best for children, what's best for a family, what's best for my son, what's best for my grandson, and what's best for this Board of Education financially and for the future of the kids in this neighborhood. We're lifelong Kingston people. All right. We love this school. I love this school district. I appreciate what you do. I thank you what you do for teachers. Thank you very much.
Okay. And we go to the line and it is Laura Ann's iPad. If you could please state your full name and your municipality as soon as the timer restarts.
Oh, embarrassing. It's Ann Einhorn, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. So I have a couple comments and questions. I hope I can get this in. Under the New Jersey tiered system of supports, it was mentioned that one of the things that I believe the principal had done was to prepare a plan for 24-25. But if their training isn't done until July 24, are all the nuances of their training included in the plan for next year? 19.4, the Aramark contract. I thought it was really interesting that Aramark was chosen when they had one of the lowest ROLs of the other 3 vendors. 19.2, the stabilized school budget state aid grant. I believe that the highest priority should indeed be enhancing the entry-level school salaries, teacher salaries here in Cherry Hill for teachers. If Winslow can pay $58,000, I'm sure that we can do much, much better. The other thing I'm going to take issue with is that at the end of all of this, and after the first public comment, the public was not aware of what you hope to do with the $3.1 million. And quite frankly, I'm offended by that. You know, the public cannot comment on your agendas if we don't know what you're going to present. And you already had 3 presentations and a whole bunch of awards tonight. You should have included this before, so the public would have some inkling of what you would like to do. Very disappointed, especially since you had a communications audit done that was 81 pages in length. And one of the things that was mentioned tonight during that was transparency. Just truly disappointed in how this was handled. And for the 3rd time, I'm going to ask, where is the Kingston School playground going to go? And why did most of the existing playground equipment, which is a new question, disappear, never to be used again? Thank you.
Okay. Just want to correct or verify for the record. Why am I? Okay, thank you. Oh, Mr. Mayor is the culprit. Thank you. I just want to verify for the record that the budget that we were voting on tonight has been posted on our agenda publicly. And was that what date did that put the budget? Friday. Okay, so the budget was posted since Friday on our agenda, just to verify for the record. We move on to anybody in the room. If you'd like to speak, please approach the podium and please state your full name and municipality when the timer goes up.
My name is Natalie Mallon. I'm Cherry Hill, New Jersey. I've had something written down and I'm honestly just going to speak from my heart right now. Thank you to my father-in-law for saying everything on behalf of my family. I just wanted to highlight a little bit of more struggles right now. I have asked for an IEP meeting. It's my understanding at every IEP meeting I enter, I've now been through 3 of them in the district, one out of district just before my son entered preschool. It's a fluid document. It can be updated at any time. If a parent has a concern, you have to write written request and it can be updated. You're supposed to have notification of that meeting within 20 days of the request. It's now been 14 days since my initial request. I've been denied twice, and then I've been let with no response 3 times in emails. I have new documents that I have uploaded to the nurse and said this needs to be addressed further in his IEP. It's presently not. I have statements in the parent concern comment that were supposed to be documented in the IEP that are presently not documented. I've never signed the document. I understand it went into effect 15 days after the meeting, but that meeting was in March. We learned of placement in May. There's a lot of things that now take precedence that we're not meeting my son's needs in his IEP, and I'm not getting really everything that, I have the special education handbook for a parent. I'm not getting my rights met to be able to have that done for my son. So I just wanted to highlight that. In regards to the transportation thing with dropping both my children off at the same school, the big problem, which I touched on at my last public comment, is a short bus is unable to come down my street. I live on a dead end. When you've got 3 kids in a home, you can't be jumping down the corner. Right now he has other children with him in preschool, but that's not the case going into next year. It's really an impossible situation that has been set up for my family. I also want to comment just on growth spaces. While I think that's a great idea, is that something that was going on regarding the special education program? Does it apply to special education? Because I was told initially in my frustration about his placement that the spots were almost full in the special education classroom at Kingston, and then I was told it was full. So just wanted to comment on that. And I just thank you for listening. Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody.
We go back to the line and the name is Brandy and DeVoe. And if you could please state your full name and your municipality.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So good evening, esteemed board members. I am Brandy DeVoe, a stakeholder in Cherry Hill, and I have many roles, but the one I'm most proud of is my role as a parent. My son and I attended the meeting in person tonight, but my son couldn't hang, so we left a bit early. He is now tucked in bed while I have the opportunity to speak with you virtually tonight. My son Teray is a bright and polite neurodivergent 5-year-old African-American boy attending elementary school as a kindergarten student. Teray enjoys learning, excels in math, and prefers to do the right thing. He is diagnosed with a medical condition from birth resulting in a communication disorder that makes learning unique and communication challenging. He has been in therapy at CHOP since he was 2 years old for his deficits. He continues to get therapy services at CHOP today. I strategically purchased a home in Cherry Hill because of the school district's excellent reputation. While I anticipated a great school year, I am disappointed in his education. My son started kindergarten this academic year, and I am really struggling to obtain effective and equitable services and resources for him in school. With his disability, he currently has a 504 plan and a speech-only IEP to help accommodate his needs. However, the 504 plan accommodations have not been administered consistently to specifications, or his accommodations were provided at the end of the school year. This significantly impacted his performance and learning at school. My struggle this year is poor communication and a lack of transparency with the special education team, administration, and the teacher. During countless meetings and correspondence, I often felt that the focus was not on solutions for my son's academic success. I was in person tonight with my son, but I am now here virtually to further advocate on his behalf for effective collaboration, better communication, and access to proper and effective resources so he can have a successful future here at Cherry Hill Public School District. Thank you for your attention and consideration of my comments and concerns. Have a good evening.
Okay, we go back to the room. As soon as the timer restarts, please state your full name and municipality.
Rick Short, Cherry Hill. More money gone. Again, no layers of fencing for elementary schools. Mr. Greenball does a 8-minute presentation, and you're not hardening the inside of our elementary schools, our weakest link. You refuse to harden, and you have the money. I do not understand. And the Stockton paving project, same problem. Bob Garrison puts explosive devices, prevention systems, and you take them out. So now Stockton isn't fully secure. You had the money, you took the devices out. Why? Oh, let's talk about hate, my favorite topic. The biggest hater in the district is Dr. Benjamin Rood, who stated in a school board meeting, he called half the community modern day Nazis. He called half the community white nationalists. He called half the community right-wing extremist. And this man still sits on this board. When you talk about hate, unbelievable. A former school board member once said, referred to the town as Cherry Hill as the old K-town. Unbelievable. And now our consultants are radical consultants. Let's start with Dr. Bettina Love, who hates capitalism. Let's talk about Dr. Kinde, who hates capitalism. Let's talk about Dr. Walter Greason, who hates capitalism. Let's talk about Angelo D'Angelo. She hates whites. She hates white people. She talks about white privilege. So when you talk about hate, the hate is coming from our consultants and our ideologies. Now let's start asking questions, true or false questions, because we want to clear up all the misinformation in the district. I don't understand how you said, Dr. Morton, the alternative high school move to East has been planned for years. So why did our principal of the alternative high school do a school board bond saying they were going to improve the alternative high school through bond money? Is that misinformation? True or false? You designed that entire paving project at the wrong location. True or false? Simple. Is that misinformation? The paving project that was done at the stadium was done at the wrong place? Is that misinformation? How about, can we also explain how we have price neutral Mr. Guy and Dr. Birdie?
Thank you, Mr. Short. We go on to the line and the phone number is 788. And if you could please state your full name and your municipality as soon as the timer starts. You'll need to unmute. If you'd like to speak, please unmute.
It's Jeff Potowitz. I live in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. From 19.2, the revised budget is 296,826,453, and our tax levy, total tax levy, is 211,425,614. 296 billion and 211 million. It's in there, but unfortunately, you had to look at it. It wasn't that easy to find. State leaderships They desired preschool expansion to help get people back to work. That's important. They wanted to get people back in the workforce. The state leadership's desire also wraparound daycare, and that is very important too. Rutgers University staff are doing studies in communities like Camden, where basically state dollars go to pay for that. And by the way, in Camden, they're getting about $30,000 a student for preschool expansion. I guess that's where our money is going, because our money's going somewhere because our taxes are enough, way over our local fair share. In Cherry Hill, our community would be funding a significant portion of those dollars with our tax levy, and how many, and we will be a great experiment for Rutgers University, because our universal preschool expansion, we're going to be the biggest with universal preschool expansion, probably maybe very well over 1,700 preschool students. And besides that, the state is going to be saving money. Also, this whole thing is good for business because employers want this, because employers otherwise would be paying benefits for childcare. And remember, the state wants wraparound infant and toddler care also. This is also going to help that the new apartments, that'll help people rent those new apartments. As a result of the state formula and these new apartments, because of the way things are calculated in this funding formula, our state aid will continue to go down. That's very, very important. Anyway, there are two good articles that you may want to read. One I quoted before, it's for Politico. Biden model pre-K system becomes a crisis in New Jersey, July 2020, from Politico. Good article. And it says there's an accountability problem in the state of New Jersey when it comes to the money that is being spent on preschool expansion. And the State Department of Education is unwilling or unable to step in and do something about it. So they don't care as long as it's done. Please read another article that I found recently. It's entitled "The
Thank you, Dr.
Affordable."
Podowitz. Time is up. We go back to the room, and I think there's someone who wants to speak who will definitely not take 3 minutes.
I never take 3 minutes, and I apologize. It is after 11, but I couldn't help that. Maybe if Dr. Yaris was here, he could have stolen my thunder. So I want to thank, everybody who's sitting at the table. What was done tonight is long overdue. Corinne Elmore Stratton started the conversation. Current members of the board, Mr. Greenbaum, your committee, continued the conversation. Ms. Sugars used the magic wand to make everything work, as I've talked about before. I just want to say thank you. Ms. Stern, I was at the BNF meeting. You said, don't say thank you just yet. So now I'm back to say thank you. And obviously, Dr. Morton, as always, thank you. So I'm going to thank you on behalf of the 1,000 certificated staff that, are going to eventually hear this news. It's a great way to end the school year, heading into the summer and into next year, and get us, I talked to Dr. Morton, my theory with it all is, you get tickets and you go into the game, and we've been in the parking lot just tailgating. So now we have tickets to get us into the game because we're getting closer and more competitive with other districts. So again, thank you, new board members, past board members who spoke tonight, everybody. Have a good night.
That was 27 seconds longer than normal, so I don't know. We go back to the line, and the name is Rosen. If you could please state your full name and your municipality as soon as the timer restarts, which is now.
Mindy Rosen, Cherry Hill. Really wasn't expecting to be up this late and speaking either. However, I think we all should be really, really upset about the comments that were made from families who have children in the district with special needs. It's very disheartening to hear. I'm not surprised because I've been fighting for this for many years, and families call me up quite often to tell me horrible stories like this. But it's very disheartening, and I feel for these families. I do want to say to the family, if a 504 is not followed, you really need to call the Office of Civil Rights. That is really important. I turned on late, but I think I heard you say that the Lewis Administration Building now may be an elementary school. So at least now we know why you moved the alternative high school to East. Now at least it's a little bit more transparent. So that makes sense. About reverse inclusion, I'm embarrassed to say I don't know a lot about it. However, I do ask, if you're in a self-contained class and it has to be a certain number by state law, how would that work if you put more students into that classroom that has a limit on the number of students that can be in that classroom? I don't know the answer. I'm going to research tomorrow to find out about it. So I just think you really need to listen to these families. They all have valid concerns, and thank you.
We go back to the room. If anyone would like to speak, please feel free to approach the podium. And there is currently no one approaching the podium. I have no idea how you can stay up this late when you probably you have to go back into school tomorrow. But okay, high school no less. 7:30 earlier. We go back to the line. The name is Jim. If you could please state your full name and your municipality as soon as the timer restarts, which is now.
Hi, it's Laurie Neary, Cherry Hill. A couple of comments. One on the reallocation of funds for the budget. I think it's incredibly important to support the teachers given the crisis that we're having with the number of retirements and recruiting new teachers. My question becomes, is this going to be handled via the contracts and amending the guide? Because I'm a little confused as to, absent of that, how you're solving the problem before a one-time influx of funds, which then brings me to, unless they adjust the funding formula, we are back at the same problem next year that we haven't solved for. So I'm a little concerned about what this looks like next year if we don't address it via the contracts and the salary guides. And some of the comments this evening around the special education parents, and I certainly hope that somebody contacts that Kingston family. I am a little concerned, and I think it is important that we look at the impacts of these students when they aren't in their home schools, and we know that that isn't always possible. However, there is future impacts for these children as they transition on into middle school and such, when they're not transitioning with the peers in whatever school they're in. So I think it's incredibly important, and I hope that someone reaches out to that family, and I hope there is something we can do to support them. The reverse inclusion, Ms. Rosen makes a good point. I would really like to understand what that looks like and the intent and how that's actually going to be implemented. And also something that I've seen, but I've not heard discussed as of yet through the New Jersey School Performance Report. I noticed that Carusi for the special education students is now targeted for support because that population has failed to perform for 3 years. So I'd like to know, and I hope that discussion comes up in CNI and that there's some in-depth conversations. And is this reverse inclusion in part of that and improving climate? Like, what does that look like? So if you could please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, we go back to the room and there's nobody in the room. So we go back to the line and it is Justin. If you could please state your full name and your municipality. You need to unmute, please, if you'd like to speak. Justin, if you're there, please unmute and state your full name and your municipality. Okay, so I'm just going to offer kind of last call for Justin. If you, I don't mean that facetiously, I'm serious. Justin, if you're on the line and you'd like to speak, please do unmute. And it is your turn in public comment. Okay, I don't know if Justin is not there or having trouble. I'm sorry. Justin, if you were on the line, you are the last hand up. So we are going to close public comment after this. Oh. If you'd like to try one more time, unmute. If not, if you want to make a comment, since we didn't get to hear from you, then, please feel free to email us. I don't think that you're unmuting, so. Okay, so I'm going to close public comment. And again, Justin, if you would like to send your comments in, please feel free to email us. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Morton to continue our meeting with your comments.
Absolutely. I'll be brief. I will be brief. Yes. just a reminder, the stabilized aid budget was on the agenda. It was printed on the agenda. Mrs. Sugars did do a presentation on the use of those funds. That information was out. We had sent a message out on Friday just to alert everyone that there would be a discussion about that item, and that item was on the agenda when it appeared on Friday. So that was definitely information that has been out there. In reference to site improvements here, this building has improvements that are taking place. It's being couched as the alternative high school improvements, but it's the Lewis facility that has improvements that are taking place via the bond referendum. That's been discussed and shared in the past as well. Thank you to the board. Tonight's definitely monumental. Salary guide enhancements in this process and this timeline is significant. It will absolutely go a long way. At the beginning of last summer, we said that we prioritize staff wellness. This really substantiates that, I believe, the prioritization of staff wellness. Also, thank you for the ratification of the memorandum of agreement for our administrators as well. Cherry Hill Association of School Administrators, CHASA group as well. So that group is settled also. It's about taking care of our people, and you're doing just that. I'll end in 30 seconds. I'll just say this has been an extremely busy, but an extremely exciting week. It's only appropriate that this meeting is going until 11:30 because that's the way this week has felt. But it's exciting, with all the different fun activities that are taking place at every school, and that will culminate with our high school graduation as well. I'll end it at that. I'll say good night. I had other items, but I'll stop.
Thanks for those responses, Dr. Martin. It is an exciting time of year, and lots of work is going to get done. And guess what? It's not going to slow down for us in the summer. So for your first board meeting, I hope it wasn't horrendous. And I just want to let you know, student reps are absolutely welcome to leave early at any point. We know normally you have a lot of schoolwork, et cetera, and it's late, although you're probably just getting started. So I don't know. It's late for us. With that, I make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? I do. Mr. Mayor is my second. All in favor? Yes. Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned.